number 18, Correctional Services Appropriation Bill.
I now invite the Honourable the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services to introduce his budget vote.
Chairperson. Is it on now? Well, Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Ministers present, Honourable Members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate 20 years of our Constitution, which some have described as, quote, the soul of the nation, end quote, we must remember the historic day of its adoption when President Mandela addressed the Constitutional Assembly at the time on the 8th of May 1996, when he stated, and I quote, "This Constitution is our own humble contribution to democracy and the culture of human rights worldwide. It is our pledge to humanity that nothing will steer us from the course," end quote. As I deliver the budget vote for correctional services, I am alive to the fact that the National Development Plan, the NDP, has outlined a clear broad map for building a South Africa where all our people would enjoy life in a safe and secure environment. Our mandate is to ensure humane custody, rehabilitation, and social reintegration of our offenders with the necessary strength to resist reoffending. This is the mission reiterated in the 53rd Conference of the African National Congress when it noted that, and I quote, "There is high rate of recidivism as a result of, amongst other things, the quality of rehabilitation programs and decisions of parole boards," end quote. Therefore, the ANC resolved inter alia that, quote, "the ANC should mobilize communities to play a positive role in offender reintegration," end quote. The department has trained over 380 correctional intervention officials, CIOs, for the implementation of some 11 correctional programs aimed at correcting offending behavior amongst inmates. This helped in ensuring that 69,000 offenders serving at least 24-month sentences completed their intervention programs. We also expanded the reach of the pre-release program to cover most of the offenders granted parole during the year. We are progressively succeeding in promoting the credibility and trust of the community correction system, as seen in increased requests for suitability reports by courts for potential non-custodial sentencing. We have sustained outstanding performance outcomes in respect of the 68,000 caseload of community corrections. Of the 51,811 parolees, 98.77% complied with their conditions. This is an improvement from 84.89% in 2012-2013. And of the 16,189, 98.8% of probationers complied with their conditions. We identify, and this is an improvement on a similar percentage in the 2012-2013 financial year. We identified and prioritized the sex offender treatment program, the SOTP, and substance abuse treatment program, SATP, for research and further development in order to raise the effectiveness bar of these programs. This project was commissioned with the University of Limpopo and UNISA. The findings from 18 of the country's 243 correctional centers will be studied and used to scientifically redesign the intervention programs for dealing with growing numbers of sex offenders in our care. This initiative seeks to reduce reoffending rates among sex offenders towards creating an environment where women and girl children can go about their normal lives without the debilitating fear of being sexually molested. We also cherish levels of collaboration with the National Skills Fund, which donated some 15.9 million rands to enhance our provision of technical, vocational, and occupational skills to offenders. As part of the National Human Capital Development Program, to better serve the growing industrialization of the South African economy, 1,732 offenders successfully completed their programs and will be graduating in June 2016. With these skills, offenders have greater prospects of earning a decent living on their release. Just on 26 April this year, we witnessed a graduation of 25 artisan offenders and toured Boksburg Correctional Center production workshops that have increased their productivity by some 38% in 12 months, from 21 to 29 million rands, following the recapitalization of our workshops nationally. Honorable members, we believe that for every crime, there is a victim. The biggest impact of crime is felt by victims and communities that they live in. And efforts to take corrective measures must centralize victims in the creation of a new equilibrium. It is for this reason that we have since we took office, adopted a stance that all parole considerations should include victim participation. However, one of the challenges the department faces is tracing victims. We have since contracted 63 auxiliary social workers to locate victims of crime, to inform them of their right to participate in the parole processes, or make written submissions to the parole boards when parole applications are considered at least. This helps to ensure that some 5,476 victims were able to participate in parole hearings and restorative justice processes, such as victim-offender dialogues over the past year. One of the key indicators of a well-functioning criminal justice system is reduced proportion of remand detainees who do not spend inordinate periods in custody before the conclusion of their cases. In this regard, we have continued to strengthen the case flow management system, also paying special attention to the vulnerable sectors such as children, in line with the Child Justice Act. We continue to reduce children in custody by 93% from 4,126 in 2003 to just about 288 in 2015. These efficiencies have begun to manifest even in other areas, such as the overall reduction of remand detainees and provision of new yellow uniform to some 86% of the country's 122 remand detention facilities. The remaining facilities will be completed this financial year, with 35 million rands allocated for completion. The risk assessment tools we promised was completed and implemented pardon me, in 22 facilities, whilst 69 remand detention facilities will be covered this year. In November 2015, I established a task team to drive the re-engineering of our parole system. This was in response to persistent inefficiencies of the system, which led to delays in processing and granting parole, thus resulting in endless litigation. We have begun stakeholder consultations as a first step towards the review of the existing legislative and policy regime, as well as the practices and administrative tools for their effective implementation. We are addressing the concerns raised by the Human Rights Committee of the United Nations in its evaluative report published recently. Considering where we came from, I believe correctional services is on course to address these challenges by, amongst others, infrastructure expansion and maintenance programs whilst reducing the inmate occupancy levels. Central to our programs is the reduction of overcrowding in our facilities, of course. While working on new legislative changes, the department will also introduce a tool for monitoring compliance with the Correctional Services Act. This new approach will begin with a survey of various correctional centers to assess current compliance levels. This monitoring tool will help inform management about compliance at an operational level, understand factors inhibiting compliance, and enable evidence-based interventions. The department was unqualified for asset management for the first time in years. The Auditor General still has serious concerns about the credibility of our record source documents, the accuracy of performance information related to our core mandate of rehabilitation and incarceration, skewed operational plans between management areas and regions, as well as litigation against our department. There is a finance turnaround strategy and plan that is being implemented to address concerns from the Auditor General and the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The strategy seeks to transform our department into an effective, compliant, and service-oriented institution. The aim is to resolve governance and internal control failures and achieve a clean audit in the foreseeable future. Honorable members, fighting crime is a labor-intensive effort and requires properly skilled and a resource force to overcome the ever-elusive drivers of crime and corruption, because they have to confront sophisticated syndicates and ever-shifting phenomena of substance abuse, gangsterism, and other social perversions which underpin criminal behavior. In this financial year, we appointed 30 executive and senior managers following a heightened recruitment campaign for scarce skills. We codenamed Operation Hira. Some 67% of the 336 vacant positions advertised were filled between November 2015 and March 2016. 95%, which is less than the government-wide, this amounts to 9.5% vacancy rate that we are at currently, which is less than the government-wide threshold of 10%. The lessons we learned in driving the mass recruitment of doctors, engineers, nurses, psychologists, social workers, and artisans will help sharpen our implementation capacity going forward. Currently, some 3,034 learners are at different stages of their basic training as part of 3 correctional services learnership groups. In the past, we only had 1 intake a year. We've moved to 3 intakes, having maximized our absorption capacity in this regard. Through this recruitment program, we have provided a lifeline to thousands of unemployed youth, including 14 child-headed households, 2 of which are guests in the gallery today, giving hope for a better life for many destitute homes. Plans are underfoot for a further recruitment of some 2,064 group of learners in the 2016-17 financial year. Given the approximately 1 million applications we received for these vacancies, it is clear that the hunger for employment amongst our youth is at a chronic level. And as government, generally, we encourage all other role players in the private sector, in civil society as well, to support this cause of fighting unemployment, especially amongst young people. It is 40 years since the 1976 historic and heroic Soweto uprising, which saw our young people leading the struggle to dismantle the monster of apartheid. We owe it to the class of 1976 and future generations to find more innovative solutions to the challenge of youth unemployment. In this regard, we have designed a program of utilizing the expertise developed internally in all our centers to empower young youth at risk of committing crime as correctional services. We are referring to technical skills development, food production and processing expertise, and other baskets of products and services. I have launched a series of correctional youth summits, having started in Richards Bay in KwaZulu-Natal, and will be rolling them across the country in partnership with local municipalities and other stakeholders to create a platform for dialogue between ourselves and young people in identifying strategies that we can use to contribute towards their development. A number of anchor projects are being run collaboratively to divert young people away from imprisonment. Honorable members, colleagues, we are encouraged by two young men who are my special guests today. These are former inmates, the award-winning Afro jazz musician Nati Mankai, who became successful. who has become a successful artist upon his release from our center. He has just, by the way, donated me under his autograph, his CD, his famous CD, and actually has hand painted himself on that CD, and he's also a sculptor, so he's a quite multi-talented young man. What is remarkable about Nati is that after his escape from custody, he handed himself back to law enforcement after being on the run for 3 years. Another inspiration. Thank you. Thank you. Another inspiration is the WBA, WBO, WBF, and IBO world champion, Lwandile Sichata, who is excelling in boxing after benefiting after he benefited from our rehabilitation programs. Hello. He represents many young people who demonstrate great character and showcase pockets of excellence amongst ex-offenders who use their skills effectively upon release. The program of transforming and modernizing the criminal justice system is on course. A process of establishing an integrated inmate management system, the IMS, is underway and will be concluded within 3 years. The system will assist to ensure a single capture and viewpoint of all inmate and offender information in all our centers and community corrections offices across the country. The system will be a tamper-proof record of inmate career incidents from admission to classification and housing, as well as all rehabilitation intervention and care programs instituted up to restorative justice and social reintegration. Allowance to give a brief, allow me to give a brief overview of the current projects that are being initiated to create the required waves of security improvements in corrections. The installation of cell phone detection technologies is progressing well in 7 correctional centers, with Umzinto, Pietermaritzburg, and Harrismith completed, and staff training to operate the systems also finalized. This state-of-the-art cell phone detection technologies, which enables the location of any cell phone activity up to a radius of 5 meters, is being installed in Durban, Westville, Hoshimampuru, the second, St. Albans, and Johannesburg. The installation of body cavity scanners in 14 correctional centers is progressing well, with licenses granted by the Department of Health for installation of this equipment in St. Albans, Paulsmo, Hoshimampuru, the second, and Johannesburg. In addition, we provide comprehensive primary healthcare services to all inmates and always seek to ensure full access to secondary and tertiary healthcare services in state institutions at state cost, or in private medical centers where offenders can afford or request to access such services. Each of the 48 management areas has at least one 24-hour inmate patient facility and primary healthcare clinic with full-time healthcare professionals. With 834 professional nurses, the department is providing a higher per capita access to professional nursing services to inmates relative to the national statistics and the World Health Organization standards. We have begun to see positive outcomes overall, with the TB cure rate sitting at 81%. Even our fight against the scourge of HIV and AIDS is on course, as over 19,000 inmates were cancelled and tested, with 97% of deserving cases of inmates with AIDS with lower than 600 CD4 count placed on the antiretroviral program. Our growing internal capacity for infrastructure development will help closely monitor and accelerate strategic CAPEX projects. This capacity included the employment of chief engineers, chief quantity surveyors, chief architects, chief town planners, chief construction project managers, and a range of technicians to support their work. Over the medium-term expenditure framework, we have allocated some 2.6 billion rands for infrastructure development and maintenance rollout, and property leases, municipal services, and accommodation charges covering all 4 facilities nationally. We'll continue to enhance our partnerships with the Department of Public Works, the Independent Development Trust, and other government agencies in our infrastructure rollout program in order to increase bed spaces and reduce overcrowding, which continues to be a major challenge in our service. The white paper on corrections has placed a high premium on the societal responsibility for corrections, which is a clear indication that alone we can never address the challenges we face. We hosted an ex-offender conference in July 2015, which decided on 9 pillars for the implementation of its resolutions, with the establishment of ex-offender help desks as priority. The rollout has begun with 2 help desks established in Batensi and Jeffreys Bay in the Eastern Cape. This will be rolled out to cover other regions while also encouraging ex-offenders, parolees, and other stakeholders to effectively participate in a series of work sessions aimed at accelerating the implementation of the resolutions. To realize the targets outlined in this budget vote speech, we will judiciously utilize the allocated 21.577 billion rands for the 2016-17 financial year with a view to stretching the value of every rand. The nominal allocations for rehabilitation and social reintegration will increase by 26.6% and 18% respectively over the medium-term expenditure framework. Budget allocations for rehabilitation will increase from 1.217 billion rands in 2016-17 to 1.541 billion rands in 2017-18, while social reintegration will increase from 807 million rands to 954 million rands over the same period. This is a demonstration of our commitments to continue to transform as these increases are much higher than the 14% increase of the overall budget, as well as the allocation for incarceration and corrections over the same period. To give impetus to the improvement of correctional intervention programs, the department will reprioritize within compensation of employees a budget of incarceration programs to allocate 193.4 million rands in 2016-17, 206.6 million rands in 2017-18, and 222 million rands in 2018-19 for capacitating the case management committees. These are critical instruments in managing the overall incarceration program in our in corrections. Honorable members, allow me to pay tribute to the departed Inspecting Judge Justice Skweyiya for his short but invaluable contribution, and to welcome our new Inspecting Judge Justice Johan van der Westhuizen. He comes at a critical period of strengthening the capacity of the Judicial Inspectorate for correctional services. We have secured National Treasury approval of 39 permanent posts for JICS, and the recruitment process is underway for expanding the capacity of that institution. We'll now speed up transformation towards a people's developmental correctional system that is consistent with various international conventions. In conclusion, we are grateful to the members of the Portfolio Committee for Justice and Correctional Services for their support and guidance, and allow me to thank the Deputy Minister responsible for Correctional Services, Honorable Thabang Makwetla, for his inspiration and support. I also wish to thank the National Commissioner, Mr. Zach Modise, his executive and senior management, as well as all correctional officials for their hard work. We will advance efforts to make all our people to be and feel safe by championing social justice and building a fair society for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I allow the Honourable Minister to complete his speech because he's making use of Braille. And the time, Minister, that was given to you will be subtracted from the time at the end of this budget vote. So the necessary adjustment will be made. The next speaker is the Honourable Mocheka.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, the incoming inspecting judge of the
Order,
Judicial
honorable members.
Inspectorate for Correctional Services, Justice Johan van der Westhuizen, the National Commissioner, Zak Modise. I will not dwell much on the report that we have tabled as the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services. Safe to say that the report was duly adopted and the ANC fully supports budget vote 18 of the Department of Correctional Services. I would rather dwell on issues of moral degeneration, rehabilitation, and social reintegration as they relate directly
Order, honorable
to
members.
national efforts to build a socially cohesive society in which the value of every citizen is measured by our common humanity, which does not produce howlers. Moral degeneration leads to overcrowding in our correctional centers. In order to be able to deal with this problem, we have to start to deal meaningfully with our challenge of moral and social decay. By this, I mean our inherited problems wrought by apartheid colonialism, leading to broken families, a rot of social values, poverty, unemployment, blocked opportunities for the majority African and colored communities.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Machega,
challenges-
honorable Machega, can you just hold? Honorable members on both sides. Will you order? Will you stop these exchanges across the floor with one another? I can hardly hear the speaker. Continue, honorable member. Order. Honorable members. May I ask the whips of both the ANC and the EFF to discipline the members? Continue, honorable Machega.
Honorable Chairperson, some of these things are evidence of the moral and social decay that we are talking about. These challenges are clearly depicted by statistics. South Africa's report entitled The Social Profile of Youth, which was released by the Statistician General 2 weeks ago. Our social disorganization is the root of our moral degeneration and crime. The inmate population of South Africa's facilities is about 159,000, where 116,000 are sentenced offenders and more or less 45,000 are awaiting trial detainees. These are centers which are designed to hold only 120 inmates. 15% of awaiting trial detainees have actually been granted bail by the courts, as little as 500 rand in some instances. The main reason for their stay behind bars until their trials is that they cannot afford to pay that bail. While the introduction of Section 59G of the Correctional Service Act will help to alert the National Prosecuting Authority and the courts about the detainees who have spent long periods of time in detention and awaiting trial. These heads of correctional centers, especially on our overcrowded urban centers such as Polsmoor, Westville, Koshimampuru, and others, need to ensure that they utilize their tools available, such as Section 63A of the Criminal Procedure Act, especially where conditions of incarceration present health hazards to inmates. The department and the judiciary also need to find each other regarding the implementation of the electronic tagging of inmates who have been convicted of less serious non-violent offenses and those awaiting trial for minor offenses. The DSC mission is to contribute to a just, peaceful, and safer South Africa through the effective and human incarceration of inmates and the rehabilitation and social reintegration of offenders. The overarching goal is to build a safer South Africa where all people are and feel safe. To this end, the department is committed inter alia to attend to the rehabilitation and social reintegration of sentenced offenders. The achievement of this goal is hampered by budgetary constraints, as in the previous years, the bulk of the allocation, about 81%, goes towards the administration and incarceration programs, which receive 18% and 63% respectively. The rehabilitation and social reintegration programs again receives the lowest allocations, which when combined only amount to 9.6% of the total department's budget. That is 0.8% less than the previous year. The allocations mean that we have not made a significant shift from the prison to the correctional system. On this positive side, the incarceration program provides for services and well-maintained fiscal infrastructure that support safe and secure conditions of detention consistent with protecting the human dignity of inmates, which is not possible in the squatter camps and townships the majority of the offenders come from. The improved quality of life in our correctional centers makes life in these centers more attractive than outside. This works against rehabilitation and social reintegration as it motivates offenders to reoffend in order to return to the comfort of the correctional centers. This recidivism
Order,
creates
honorable
large
members.
numbers of awaiting trial detainees, overcrowding in the correctional centers, and diminishes the prospects of rehabilitation and social reintegration offenders. We require more resources for rehabilitation and social reintegration to prevent recidivism. We should make life outside more attractive than inside the correctional centers. This imperative makes rehabilitation and social reintegration a societal issue. Our society is sick and breeds criminals. For this society to play a meaningful role in the rehabilitation and social reintegration of offenders, the society itself must be healed. This society can be healed by addressing the prevailing socioeconomic conditions in our society. Some in and outside this house tend to deny that the sickness of our society stems from the legacy of apartheid, colonialism, more specifically land dispossession, exclusion of African people from participation in the mainstream economy of the country, confinement of Africans in barren native reserves which became Bantustans, turning Africans into migrant laborers who dwell in single-sex hostels, townships, and squatter camps. The resulting socioeconomic conditions are still with us. It is these conditions which appear to have become a permanent feature of our society, which make rehabilitation and social reintegration a great challenge. The formation of the Racist Union of South Africa in 1910 and the land disposition of 1913 laid a firm foundation for the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, inequalities. This triple challenge in turn resulted in the deepening moral degeneration which makes our society sick. Healing our society, therefore, requires radical measures to root out racism and the acceleration of the land restitution and redistribution of the natural resources. It is therefore imperative that this parliament passes a law criminalizing racism, amends the Land Restitution Act, and more specifically restructure and empower the Land Claims Court as a matter of extreme urgency. A sick society produces sick people like others here. Our correctional centers seek to deal with the situation through different measures. Although the allocation reflects a nominal increase of 5.37, rehabilitation program again receives the lowest. Here it is important to realize that spiritual and psychological services provided to offenders must be matched by further education and training, and in particular skills development programs. The reports at hand show that the department is succeeding to make our correctional centers centers of excellence. We would like to commend the department as this will enhance the rehabilitation and social reintegration of offenders. We would also like to commend the department for ensuring that the skilled inmates plow back their expertise into communities. We would also like to call on all departments to procure from the production workshops of the department so that they generate enough income for other programs that they have. The department is doing well in the social reintegration of inmates. This program focuses on offender preparation for release, etc. Rehabilitation and social reintegration is made much more difficult by our lack of self-knowledge. As Justice Johan van der Westhuizen, the new head of the Judicial Inspectorate, observed, there is one thing human beings don't know about themselves. In other words, we do not know much more about human behavior and why people do the things they do, even in this house. This lack of self-knowledge creates big business. This lack of self-knowledge creates big business for some scrupulous
Honorable
religious
member, your
leaders.
time is now expired.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Self. Order, honorable
Chairperson.
member. Order, honorable member. Continue, honorable Self.
Chairperson, I would like to begin by thanking the many dedicated officers of the Department of Correctional Services for the incredibly dangerous job that they do. The DCS occupies an absolutely crucial place in the criminal justice system. Unless it succeeds in rehabilitating criminals, prisons will simply become universities of crime from which inmates emerge yet more skillful and dangerous criminals than they were before they were admitted. Now, each year, Chairperson, Parliament debates the Correctional Services appropriation. I have participated in these debates fairly continuously since 1994. But since 1994, the story has been depressingly similar. It has been a story of overcrowding, of corruption, and of the pernicious influence of gangs. Since 1994, there has been a change of narrative and a change of legislation, but I fear not a change of heart. My colleague, the Honourable Horn, will expand on this. But I particularly want to highlight corruption. Corruption occurs between prisoners and staff, and within the system as a whole. The fact that it flourishes in the DCS is in part to do with the fact that much of what happens in prisons is not reported. There is a culture of secrecy, but there's also a culture of impunity. On the 16th of November 2009, I sat in the Portfolio Committee and heard the acting head of the SIU, Willie Hofmeyer, describe the situation in the DCS at that time. He told us that the Bosasa Group and its affiliates, Pezulu Fencing and Sondolo IT, had benefited from prison tenders worth more than 3 billion rand since 2004. At the heart of this scam was to frame the tender in such a way that only one company could be awarded it. At the time, Mr. Hofmeyer said, and I quote, "It is a matter that justifies the institution of legal proceedings by the department to recover damages from this company." But it wasn't about these companies alone. As recorded, the committee heard as follows, quote, "The general findings of the SIU in relation to these 4 tenders was that proper procurement processes were not followed by the DCS. This was aggravated by payments made to the CFO and the accounting officer at that time that these tenders were being awarded to this company and its affiliates. In respect to the food contract, the report recommended that the National Director of Public Prosecutions considers instituting criminal proceedings against Gillingham, Commissioner Matee, Sondolo, Bosasa, and their office bearers. While in respect of the fencing contract, the SIU recommended that the NDPP considers instituting criminal proceedings against Gillingham, Commissioner Matee, Pezulu, Bosasa, and their office bearers. This SIU report and the allegations that the CFO, Patrick Gillingham, was paid 2.1 million rands in bribes, and that the then accounting officer, Linda Matee, was given a house, were then referred to the NPA to prepare a criminal prosecution. 7 years later, no criminal prosecution has occurred, no legal action was instituted to recover the money owed from Bosasa, despite what Mr. Hofmeyer said. And since he's here, maybe Advocate Abrams can explain why that isn't the case. Instead, Bosasa continues to provide food in many correctional centers, and Linda Matee was recently appointed the Executive Director of Safety and Security in the Nelson Mandela Metropole. You see, corruption flourishes where there is a culture of impunity. Now the SIU has been called in again to the department, this time to investigate the allegations of irregularities in the procurement of the electronic monitoring system. These irregularities apparently include alleged interference in the bidding process by Ms. Jolingana, at that time the acting national commissioner. But these events took place early in 2014, and it has taken until now to bring in the SIU. And more recently, there are serious questions that have been raised about the award of a contract to SA Fence and Gate to do much the same work that Zulu had undertaken a few years ago. These questions are not only being raised by me. SCOPA is concerned that the tender was framed in such a way that only SA Fence and Gate could be awarded it. Does that sound familiar? Has the National Treasury instructed the DCS to cancel this or the inmate management system contract? If so, what was the response of the department? How much longer before the SIU is called in to investigate the award of this tender? You see, corruption thrives when there is a culture of impunity. But then this culture starts right at the top. It starts when there is a president that ducks and dives and uses every delaying trick in the book and squanders state resources in avoiding answering to the 783 criminal charges of corruption, fraud, money laundering, and racketeering with which he has been indicted and which have now, by order of court, been reinstated. But the ANC and its allies officially endorse the culture of impunity. The City Press reports that a SANCO executive member, Mr. Emmanuel Malloy, said, quote, "I am telling you, this comrade is not being prosecuted." While an ANC NEC member is quoted as saying, "We have already taken a stance in defending this man. People's careers are at stake here. They would not want to say whether this man is wrong or right." Now, Chairperson, they say a fish rots from the head. There is plenty that is corrupt in the state of correctional services, but they are allowed to get away with it because of the appalling example set by President Zuma and by the gutless way in which the ANC defends it.
The next speaker is the Honorable Mukawuse.
Chairperson,
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable member.
the
Continue.
EFF do not support this budget presented here by corrupt ANC government. The ANC government has turned correctional facilities into a dumping site for poor young black people in particular Maine. It is even so especially for those from the townships and rural areas. Sometimes it is correctional services officials who either turn a blind eye or facilitate illegal and violent activities inside the correctional centers with no hope for rehabilitation. Senior managers and their principal are caught with their pens down as tender prices are inflated from 50 million to more than 375 million. Misuse of public funds on luxury life, guest houses, transport, and so on. Well, they have learned from the best, their president, Zuma. It is not a surprise that tender processes were never followed in the correctional services. In fact, you, Minister, appear to be in the woods about all the corruptions in your department. We stand here as the EFF to call on all youth of all races from all backgrounds. We are saying, do not get involved in crime. come join the EFF and fight for jobs, water, proper housing, electricity through constitutional means. Let us mobilize our people on the ground to vote for the EFF. We have demonstrated that last weekend when we filled up Orlando, that indeed the economic freedom fighters is ready for the upcoming local elections. The Department of Correctional Services failed to provide rehabilitation programs and activities. Instead, all they do is wait for inmates to return after their release, as they fail to reintegrate them into the communities. The Department of Correctional Services must prioritize more rehabilitation programs and stop starving programs that are meant for rehabilitation. Chairperson, this is why EFF municipalities and councillors will work closely with correctional facilities to integrate delivery of water, houses, electricity, and other services with rehabilitation programs. To reduce high level of re-arrest, especially amongst young offenders, and to strengthen rehabilitation programs, all people under the age of 30 years, arrested for petty crimes must not have a criminal record on their names. This will ensure that once released from correctional facilities, these young people will again seek for employment and entrepreneurship opportunities without being discriminated against. Chair, the Correctional Services Act 111 of 1998 made provision for the establishment of the Office of Judicial Inspectorate of Correctional Centers, mainly to deal with inhumane treatment inside the prisons. To date, we are still seeing that office incapacitated. We are still seeing that office not allocated enough budgets to deal with issues of speeding of paroles, issues of...
Order, honorable members, order. Continue, honorable member.
We are still saying, allocate budget to that office, because that office is very important within the center of corrections. It will make sure that all persons inside the prisons have a good life and that they are protected within the prison centers. This office is still ineffective to date due to lack of budget.
Your time is now
commitment
expired.
from the ministry. This office still operates within very few offices throughout the country. Because the ANC,
honorable members.
Yes, because the ANC...
Honorable member, your time is expired. Honorable members.
The EFF do not support this budget.
Honorable members, just calm down. Just calm down, honorable members. The Honorable Simang.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The defining trait of the Department of Correctional Services since 1998 has been the rehabilitation of sentenced offenders and their successful reintegration back into society. The crucial question is, how effective has the rehabilitation been and how successful the integration? The IFP is concerned that not much has happened in this division to give one assurances that the department is fully committed to rehabilitation. The department, let us consider the budget, for instance.
Honorable
When
Simang,
one-
can you just hold? Honorable members, it is disrespectful to the member here at the podium when you have no interest in the debate. You're making remarks and you're not giving this honorable member a fair chance to be heard. Let us respect the honorable member at the podium. Continue, honorable member.
Thank you. When one considers monies allocated to incarceration in comparison to monies allocated to rehabilitation, the picture is bleak. For the year 2016 to 17, 13.7 billion has been allocated to incarceration, whereas rehabilitation received only 1.2 billion. The estimates for 2017 to 18 indicate that 14.5 billion has been earmarked for incarceration, whereas only 1.4 billion is estimated for rehabilitation. The budget for integration back into society is even smaller, being 800.8 million in 2016 to 17 and 901 million in 2017 to 2018. Contrary to the transformation that was mooted in 1998, it appears that rehabilitation is not a priority in this department. One must bear in mind that rehabilitation and reintegration means restoring the offenders to a society that believes in working hard in order to earn a living. This is not the case in our correctional facilities. Offenders live their lives like guests in a hotel, and they never engage in any household chores. Accordingly, when these offenders are reintroduced into society, earning a living becomes a foreign concept to them, hence the very many repeat offenders. Many of the offenders that are rehabilitated as artisans show a great deal of creativity and innovation, yet all skills are wasted in the production of toys. These artisans produce toy ships, toy cars, toy furniture, etc. Those who are trained in building should be employed in the building of new prisons and the renovation of dilapidated ones. This would make the department less dependent on the Department of Public Works for the construction and maintenance of prisons. After all, the Department of Public Works has failed dismally to construct or maintain prisons timelessly. Moreover, once released, these artisans might find gainful employment in the building industry. Rehabilitated offenders are released into orderly and disciplined society. If the department is serious about reintegration, why does it not meaningfully address the problem of violent assault and even murder among inmates? While we welcome the introduction of cameras in some prisons, which are fraught with criminal behavior, we see this as too little too late. The conclusion we reach is that the departmental approach to rehabilitation and reintegration still leaves a great deal to be desired. The IFP supports this budget. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable Ngwabe.
Sihlalo hloniphekile ngaphambili. Amalunga alendlu ahloniphekile wonke ngqongqoshe nesekela ngqongqoshe. Abaphathi bomnyango wezamajele abakhona ngaphakathi. Nginibingelela nonke. Ukuba sihlalo bengingenawo umkhuhlane nami bengizocula ngehlise lolulako la endlini. Ngithi izalayisha inkomo emasimini izalayisha. Kodwa kavele unomvula wami. Asinqomo kuhle sekushayela izandla mfowethu siyabonga kakhulu the product of this department. You are a role model to the youth of this country. Keep it up. Yes, the Orlando Stadium. Ngiyayivuma. The budget vote under consideration here today shows that 21.6 billion has been allocated for the Department of Correctional Services to execute its core mandate, which is the safe and human detention of offenders and remand detainees, their rehabilitation and eventually their reintegration into communities. The NFP, however, finds it unacceptable that 18% of this budget could be allocated for the administration program, while the program to facilitate social integration is allocated a measly 3.74%. Similarly, the incarceration program receives 64% of the budget, while the rehabilitation program, another core objective of the department, is allocated a mere 5.64% of the budget. These skewed allocation ratios shows that the department did not focus its spending, nor it is succeeding in aligning its priorities with its mandate. Correctional Services has over the years been a serious offender in the management of its finances, receiving qualified audit reports from the Auditor General on issues relating to non-compliance of legislative requirements, on planning and reporting, and of performance information. Corruption, financial mismanagement, and ineffective procurement procedures still seem to prevail largely unabated in the department. A fine example is in the recent incident uncovered by the government's chief procurement officer, where the department tried to overpay 300 million for an ITC system
Honourable
which should
Member.
have been cost.
May you wait? What are you rising on, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mina khuluma isiZulu kancane. And in the beginning of the Honourable Member's speech, he spoke several times in Zulu, but the translation services appear not to be working. So I wonder if we could either fix the translation services.
Thank you very much for alerting us.
Thank you,
The table.
No, briefly, I was applauding the performance of one of the young people who are the outstanding achievers
All right.
produced by the department.
Honourable Member, if you can wait. Say, I'm told that all the gadgets are working. If you can just find the right channel. Okay. All right. The officials will sort it out. You may proceed.
Kodwa phela ngengixolisa ngokusebenzisa amageba ngithi. Equality stepping.
Order.
Cha ngiyeke phela nami ngikhuluma ithuba lami leli bakithi. Abangezwe bazotolikela.
Please proceed. And
Hlalo, we
let's not
support. We support the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee tabled today. In particular, the NFP agrees that the post of the Chief Deputy Commissioner for Human Resources should be filled as a matter of urgency, and that the department should develop measurable performance indicators for its critically important internal audit sub-program. Finally, the NFP supports the recommendation that department should again assume responsibility for its infrastructure and maintenance work. We believe that prisoner rehabilitation and skills development programs could be integrated into such a responsibility and in the process reduce overall cost of maintenance and rehabilitation cost in the department. Finally, the NFP accepts the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member SC Mwabe. I will now call upon Honourable MSA Maila.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, Commissioner Mudise, and the team of men and women in uniform, fellow South Africans. Let me start by indicating that the ANC supports the budget. The DCS is playing an active role in ensuring that it achieves the vision set by the National Development Plan, by which no South African needs to fear crime by 2030. The DCS mission is to contribute to a just, peaceful, and a safer South Africa through effective and humane incarceration of inmates and the rehabilitation and social reintegration of offenders. My focus will be on this budget vote as an instrument for care and reintegration. Program 4, Care, accounts for 9% of the budget. The program provides needs-based care services aimed at maintaining the personal well-being of all inmates in the department's custody. These services are inclusive of nutritional services and health and hygiene. The care program has seen to a significant increase in the number of inmates tested for HIV in 2014-15. In the fight against TB, in correctional facilities. The department has as one of its performance indicators to maintain TB cure rate of offenders at 85% in 2016-17. One of the highlights in the fight against TB was the launching of the high-tech digital X-ray machine at Paulsmoor in 2015. The program, however, is not without challenges. Overcrowding is one of the major challenges which contributes to the spread of communicable diseases in correctional facilities. Overcrowding, however, is not as a result of factors peculiar to correctional services alone, but it's also as a result of factors from other role players in the JCPS cluster. Resolving overcrowding needs an integrated approach. Program 5 of the budget addresses the social fabric beyond prison life and the responsibility of servicing communities and inmates. The program provides services focused on offenders' preparation for release, and these are inclusive of the effective supervision of offenders placed under the system of community corrections and the facilitation of their social reintegration into communities. Amongst others, this program intends to increase the percentage of parolees without violation to 96%, increase the percentage of probationers without violations to 95%, and to increase the number of persons placed under the electronic monitoring system. Through restorative justice approach, the department ensures that inmates and families are adequately prepared for social reintegration. Offenders are members of the community first. And whilst in the custody of correctional services, they are provided with correctional programs which include victim-offender mediation and victim-offender dialogue. These programs assist to expand the base for community support for offenders that return to the community. The challenge, however, remains the stigma of having criminal record for ex-offenders, since it disadvantages them to find employment and leads to repeat offending and alienation from the community. All these, the ANC-led government does in order to improve the lives of inmates for the better. In its recently launched local government election manifesto, the DA claims that it has a plan to bring the change we need to move South Africa forward again. To move South Africa forward again. Now, the word again is both, the word again is both an
Honorable members.
Is both an admission and a lie. It is an admission that indeed the ANC is moving South Africa forward. It is a lie because it creates an impression that whilst the ANC was moving South Africa forward, it reached a stage where it stopped and the change process became quiescent. That's a big lie. And that's not only a big lie, that is a blue lie depicted by the blue colors of the DA.
Order,
the
honorable
ANC has moved
members.
South Africa forward, the ANC is moving South Africa forward, and the ANC will continue to move South Africa forward. The DA also claims that they are going to bring change. What change are they bringing? The ANC has brought change. The DA wants to change
Honorable
the
members.
change that the ANC has brought.
Please don't drown the speaker.
You can only change by reversing the gains of change. You can only change by derailing the process of change. And that is only through counter-revolutionary means. The lesser said about the EFF, the better. I can't talk about the EFF, but listen as to what the DA are saying about the EFF. the Friends of the EFF, through their spokesperson, Honorable Pumzile van Dame, the DA says, the EFF is going to scare away investment and prevent job creation. That's the DA. The DA says, the EFF wants white people and black people to hate each other. That's the DA. The DA says, given opportunity, the EFF is going to steal money from the people again. That's the DA. The DA says, given chance,
Honorable member, may you please take your seat? Order. Honorable member, what are you rising on?
House Chair,
Honorable
May I
members,
address
I
you?
need to hear the
may I address you?
matter that the member is rising on. What are you rising on?
House Chair, the EFF is not in government. The ANC is in
Honorable
government.
member, that's not a point of
The
order.
same president of the ANC
Honorable member,
who
take your
continues to
seat.
steal
It's
from
not
the
a
country's
point of
coffers.
order.
And if his
Honorable
members
member,
are
take your seat.
protecting
It's
him,
not a point of order.
it is a point of order
is not a
because
point of order.
that
You are
member
responding.
is grandstanding.
Honorable member,
president
take
is
your
a thief,
seat.
and you are failing to discipline your own
Honorable
president.
member, take your
You
seat. Can you
continue
please respect
to
the
protect him.
House? Honorable member, I must say that your conduct has not, actually has impacted negatively on the dignity of the House. Because when I rise, I have given you an opportunity to speak. When I rise, you are supposed to sit down. But thank you very much. Shall we proceed?
actually it's not me, it's the DA. The
On a
DA
point
says,
of order. On a point of order, Chairperson.
am I protected?
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable members,
On a point of order, Chairperson.
can you please respect the House? You must remember that even the people at home are watching us. Can we please at least maintain the dignity of this House? Honorable member, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chairperson. Chairperson, this was also happening last week where several times this member sitting here in the brown is sitting down.
What
and
is your
she's
point of
talking on
order?
the mic. She cannot sit down and talk and scream on the mic. And this have happened. She have continuously done that. You have addressed it last week with her. She had to stand up and
Honorable
apologize,
members, we are
and she's
talking
doing
about the
that again.
present, not
She have
about
done it now.
last week.
She have
So
done
shall
it
you
now.
please take your seat? The point of order is not sustained.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm addressing you on what you have done now.
But I can't account for what happened last week. We're talking about the present.
I'm referring to you of what
Presently-
happened last week. And
No,
what
your
was
point
the
of order
ruling
is
in
not
that.
sustained. Can you please take your seat? I'm not biased. Take your seat. Honorable members Honorable members also on the right, shall we please maintain the decorum of the House? Honorable members, order. May you proceed.
Okay. The DA can never be trusted. If you want to know the DA better, go and ask Mampile Rampile. She was kissed to death. She was kissed to death. Go and ask Patricia Delile. She does not know her identity anymore. She was in the far left, now she's suddenly in the far right. And you are going to kiss EFF
Order.
next. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now call upon Honorable Member S.N. Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP notes that the President has issued a proclamation to the SIU to investigate irregularities in the award of the tender for the electronic monitoring system. Now, Chairperson, I've been around also for a number of years, and I remember the previous SIU reports. I even remember the Jolly Commission into severe irregularities. And, Chairperson, it is regrettable that yet again we have another SIU report. But we also see that National Treasury, the Chief Procurement Officer, has also instructed the Commissioner to cancel what he referred to as an irregular tender for the amount of 378 million. Now the question arises whether the National Treasury's instruction is to be implemented. And Minister, maybe you could give us an indication, or are we going to await the SIU's report, which as we know might take quite a long time to complete? So if we could have some clarity as to what is the status of the implementation of that very controversial tender. Chairperson, as far as overcrowding is concerned, we noticed that the department has for several years been unable to meet the targets that it has set to create additional bed spaces. And this has largely been due to a fault not of the department's own making, but for infrastructure and capital infrastructure development from the Department of Public Works. Now, last year, we asked the Minister to meet with the Minister of Public Works, and I understand he has done that, but there doesn't seem to have borne much fruit. And there again, it is an issue which we need to look at very carefully, because as we know, overcrowding remains a challenge and is the root cause of health problems in our prisons. Now, we share the view that already there are existing provisions in our law that can be used to apply to release those remand prisoners who are being detained at huge state expense, and often many of them do not present a danger to society. We've got Section 63A, Section 62F of the Criminal Procedure Act, and of course Section 49G. These legislative provisions have been passed by us and will, if implemented and applied, result in a reduction in the number of remand prisoners and alleviate those overcrowded prison conditions. We from the ACDP side have always supported restorative justice programs, and we are pleased to see the attendance and the targets have been increased up to 9,000. But a major concern that we need to look at is as far as the budget allocation is for social reintegration has been reduced from 891 million to 807 million. This will impact rehabilitation programs, and then of course that in itself impacts recidivism. We also received a presentation from the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, and whilst we note that JICS now has a dedicated sub-program with an increased budget, we still believe it is not desirable that the inspectorate is dependent on the departments for its funding. It should be an independent inspectorate to operate effectively. Now, lastly, on a positive note, I'd like to commend the department and all the inmates involved in the world record-breaking production of blankets for the poor recently. These blankets will go a long way to help the homeless this winter, so well done in that regard. And we also noticed, on a lighter note, that the marquee used during this event in Drakenstein blew down, and yes, there were a number of people injured. My wife was there as well. Could it be that this was, and not injured, but could it be that this was more of the winds of change that are sweeping our nation that are referred to in this house? So whilst this department is facing many challenges, we in the ACDP wish to thank all those conscientious managers and staff who operate under very extremely difficult and dangerous conditions, who diligently do their work in trying to ensure that offenders are kept in safe, secure, and humane custody, and who undergo effective rehabilitation programs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Swart. I will now call upon Honorable Member MKM Mutapo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister Masuta, Deputy Minister Makwetla, the incoming Inspecting Judge of Judicial Inspectorate of Correctional Services, Justice Johan van der Westhuizen, the National Commissioner Mudise, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Tobel. We as the African National Congress are very pleased with the plans of the department to make our correctional centers a safer and human place for inmates. This is in line with the Constitution, Correctional Services Act, the White Papers on Corrections and Remand Detention, and ultimately the Medium-Term Strategic Framework 2014-19 and the National Development Plan Vision 2030. Honorable members, very key to ensuring a safe and human environment for inmates and remand detainees is the incarceration program of the Department of Correctional Services. The incarceration program provides for services and well-maintained physical infrastructure that support safe and secure conditions of detention. Safe, human, and secure conditions of detention are consistent with protecting the human dignity of inmates and personnel who look after them in our centers. The incarceration program also provides for the profiling of inmates as they enter our correctional facilities, including the compilation of correctional sentence plans, CSPs, for sentenced inmates. There are 4 sub-programs under program incarceration, which is program 2, security operations sub-program, facility sub-program, and remand detention sub-program, and finally, offender management sub-program. Over the medium-term expenditure framework, the expenditure on the incarceration program is projected to increase significantly from 13.1 billion in 2015-2016 to 15.624 billion in 2018-19. The program continues to receive the largest allocation of 13.7 billion, constituting a 4.9% increase from the previous financial year's allocation. The largest share of this allocation will go towards the security operations sub-program, which will receive 49% of this 13.7 billion allocation. The facilities will receive 29%, offender management 17%, and the remand detention sub-program 5%. Spending on this program is projected to reach 15.6 billion by 2018-19, an increase which is largely ascribed to increases to the compensation of employees item and increased expenditure on capital assets. Key targets for this financial year include, firstly, reducing the percentage of inmates who are assaulted in correctional facilities. Secondly, reducing the percentage of escapes from correctional and remand centers. Reducing the percentage of unnatural deaths. Again, creating additional bed spaces, and lastly, down managing overcrowding. We will be monitoring these targets very closely as a portfolio committee. This is simply because the department has for several years been unable to meet set targets in relation to the creation of bed spaces in its centers. There are many reasons for this failure, but the main one has been the long delays in the completion of capital infrastructural projects. The African National Congress, therefore, notes with interest the targeted number of new bed spaces, 925, to be created in 2016-17. We hope this will go some way in easing overcrowding. We further urge you, Honorable Minister Masuta, to, as you promised, to look into the issue of the department doing some of the infrastructural and maintenance work itself using sentenced inmate labor. Honorable Chair, we believe that this will not only ease some burden on the Department of Public Works, but will also serve as part of the rehabilitation of inmates. Honorable members, the remand detention population remains a major contributor to overcrowding in the country's facilities. Effective use should be made of all applicable legislative provisions, including the bail protocols, particularly, as the chairperson, Dr. Advocate Mutshega, has already alluded to, Section 63A of the Criminal Procedure Act, where conditions of incarceration pose health hazards, and Section 49G of the Correctional Services Act, which seeks to limit the period of time that accused inmates are remanded in detention for. We commend the ministry and the department for efforts to accelerate the rollout of the electronic monitoring system. This system, if properly managed, has the potential to drastically reduce the inmate population. Honorable Chair, electronic monitoring is not the task of the department alone, but the courts and the police too. The courts especially need to come on board here, as the department merely implements their decisions when locking up inmates. This means that magistrates and judges have to get used to utilizing electronic monitoring orders for deserving awaiting trial persons and sentenced offenders as one of the tools to ease overcrowding. Honorable members, the allegations of assault, excessive use of force, and inhuman conditions of detention and incarceration continue to be leveled against the department. We urge the ministry and the department to seriously consider the use of technology to increase safety within its facilities. Honorable Chair, this includes the use of cell phone jamming equipment so that inmates are unable to use cell phones while in incarceration. CCTV cameras are also one of the tools that can be used to monitor the safety of inmates and staff and to deter violent crimes among inmates. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress fully support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mutapo. Well, honorable members, I just want to confirm that the system is working and English is on channel 1. So, thank you very much. Shall we then proceed? I will now call upon Honorable Member B.T. Bongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Advocate Michael Masuta, Honorable Deputy Ministers present, Inspecting Judge of Correctional Centers, Judge Johan van Weisterhuizen, the Commissioner of the Correctional Services, Zach Mudisa, members of the Executive Management here present. I have seen the CFO, Mr. Nick Likeke, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good afternoon.
Order.
The ANC support this budget vote. We support this budget vote because it is aimed at making South Africa a safe and a better place to live in. We also support this budget vote because it adheres to building a society that is envisaged by the Vision 2030, and it also adheres to the National Development Plan. Honorable Chair, you know, when the ANC took over government in 1994, we had to grapple with changing what we called prisons, which were meant to be rotting places for black people, to correctional centers. I know for a fact, Honorable Minister, that it is your passion that we need to change the centers to be centers of excellence. It is against this background that today you have invited UNATI today to come and be with us. That's to showcase how the African National Congress want to rehabilitate the offenders. Honorable Chair, the mission of the Department of Correctional Services is to contribute towards a just, peaceful, and a safer South Africa, through which, among others, rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders back to the society is at the center. This mission of the department, it is one of the tasks of the National Democratic Revolution, which says that we need to make sure that we realize a dignified and improve the quality of life of the people by providing equal rights and opportunities to all citizens. That is why, Honorable Chair, we will not be able to do this and will not be able to achieve this without the efforts of all the men and women who are in uniform, who are found at the cold face of the service delivery in the correctional centers. I would like to say this to all the men and women in the correctional centers, that as the African National Congress, we appreciate and we do not take very lightly the work that we are doing. And we know as a matter of fact that you sacrifice and risk your life on a daily basis to make sure that these offenders are rehabilitated. The Freedom Charter Honorable Chair, has the following to say, I quote, imprisonment shall only be for serious crime against the people and shall be aimed at re-educating, not vengeance. And it is informed by that Freedom Charter's expression, Chair, that in 2005 we came up with a white paper on corrections as the African National Congress, which at the center of it, it says rehabilitation must be at the center of the department's programs of action. But secondly, what it says, it places a very important responsibility to society. It says that it's society's responsibility to make sure that all the inmates are actually rehabilitated. As the African National Congress, we call upon all NGOs, civil society organizations, and members of society to participate very actively in ensuring that these offenders are
Honorable
finally
Member,
rehabilitated.
2 minutes left.
Honorable Chairperson, we support this budget vote because on it, it shows that there will be the programs on correctional supervision will be increased from 68 to 72%. Programs on offenders who are doing further education and training will be increased from 548 to 603. And the programs on skills will be up to 80%. Honorable Chair, the African National Congress is the only organization in the country that has a vision of building a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and a prosperous country. I have been browsing through the Democratic Alliance website. What is their vision? There's no vision whatsoever, except that the person who finally formed DA was a judge who sentenced Solomon Mahlangu. That is the only thing you can find about the DA. There's nothing in the website. Even in their local government manifesto, all they say is they're saying change. There's nothing substantive about what they say. They just want change. You don't know change from what.
Order,
With
honorable
regard
members.
to the EFF, a member of this committee, Mr. Malema, he has threatened violence. He has threatened violence
On
and
order.
said he will take this government to
Honorable
a barrel
member.
of a
Order.
gun.
Honorable member, may you take your seat?
I'm rising on a point of order.
Order. Honorable member, what are you rising
I'm
on?
rising on a point of order. The member on the podium must stop grandstanding. He knows it. Honorable Malema stood up and told South Africans the truth.
Order. Honorable
He
member.
never incited violence in this country.
Honorable
and
member.
you keep on making that statement and you know you
We
are
have
lying.
not been allocated minutes to debate. But honorable member, your point of order is not sustained. May we please proceed?
Has threatened that he can use a barrel of a gun. I put
Order,
it to
Chair.
him that he does not know any gun.
Okay.
All
Honorable
he
member,
knows
may
is
you
the
please
man that
take
he
your
amassed
seat?
when he was a
Honorable
member of the
member, take your
ANC
seat.
and is owing 16 million of its tax.
Member, take your seat.
Order, Chair.
Honorable member, what are you rising on?
Bongo. As the ANC, you
Honorable
went
member,
to
you
court
know
to
very well that
open a
in terms
criminal
of the
charge.
rules, you
Up
can't
to so
call
far,
a member by his
CIC has
name.
not been arrested. So the ANC is becoming weak day by day. We are failing to fill up the stadium. even the
Honorable member,
hall.
point of
Oh,
order. Honorable
stop
member.
standing there. We are dying a natural death.
Point of order. Honorable member, your point of order is not sustained. Honorable members on the right, please, can you assist us with the dignity of this house?
Honorable Chair, I put it to him, Mr. Malema, that he knows nothing about guns. All he knows is the man that he amassed when he was still a member of the ANC and is owing 16 million tax off, and the man that he brought from London. Members
on a
of
point
the
of
community
order,
must not be misled.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Order. Okay, honorable member, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, first of all, it's not parliamentary to cause aspersion over a member of this House. If the member have anything against Honorable Malema, the Commander-in-Chief and the future President of South Africa, he knows what to do. He's in charge. He knows the
Honorable
rules
member,
of
your
this House.
point of order is not sustained. Please take your seat. Order. 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 You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. What I want to say is that as the ANC, we support this budget vote, and the members of the community of South Africa knows the ANC as a liberation movement. And they know the ANC as an inheritance
Honorable House
that
Chair.
we got from Inkosu Pambata,
House Chair.
Inkosu Skukune, and Inkosu Albert Lutuli.
House Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable member,
House Chair.
honorable member, the honorable member has left the podium, so I
May
will
I
not
address
take a
you?
point of order.
May I address you? May I
Okay,
address you?
okay, honorable member, may you come in? Honorable members, may you please maintain the decorum of the house?
Honorable Chair, may I address you? It is public knowledge that the ANC got money from overseas to fight apartheid. It's public
Honorable
knowledge.
member, you
are not
don't have a
receiving any
slot
money
to
from
debate.
overseas. But South
Honorable
Africans
member, please sit
get
down.
an opportunity to remove
Honorable
the
member,
government.
out of order.
We
Honorable
are not
member.
receiving any monies. South Africans
Honorable
are
member,
going to
sit
remove you
down.
through an X. We'll show you.
Honorable members, I'm addressing all the members in the
Honorable
House.
House Chairperson,
Can we
on a point
please
of order.
maintain the decorum of this parliament? I'm addressing all the members. Honorable members. Honorable member, you're out of order. Honorable member, shall we maintain the dignity of this house by our conduct? Honorable member, what are you rising on?
I was rising on the statement that the honorable member was making. This is not a platform for campaigns. We are going to do that outside parliament. This is a point of debate. Everyone else is allowed to say whatever they want to say in a point of debate, not just to stand up and grandstand about politics of the ANC. She knows nothing about them.
Honorable members, thank you so much. Shall we then proceed? I will now call upon Honorable
Chair.
Member
Order,
W.
Chair.
Horn. Honorable Member, what are you rising on?
Chair, can I register my concern about you sharing this meeting? Whenever the EFF member stand and call a point of order, we are saying the point of order is not sustained. But now look at the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC. We are not saying anything about what she said now.
Honorable Member, you must remember all the chief whips have a role to play.
No, but what she was saying, you were supposed to rule on that.
So
Because
if
we
a
have
chief
been
whip
ruling out of
rises
order
to
as the EFF
correct,
standing up.
okay, Honorable Member,
I shut up when. Chair, I'm
Honorable
registering my
members, may you
concern.
please conduct yourself in a manner that will bring dignity to this house. I have been repeating myself on this one, and I depend on your good conduct. Shall we bring dignity to this house? And shall we respect the house? Honorable member, your point of order is not sustained.
As always, ne? When is the EFF? But when is the ANC?
Honorable
we are
member,
very
your point
biased.
of order is not sustained. May you please
Yeah,
take
we
your
expect
seat?
that because we are protecting the ANC by hook or
We
crook.
are not debating, and there is no need for a debate
Chair, just
between the
one
two
more
of us.
thing.
Take a seat.
Chair, one more thing. Ubongo must know, must listen to Pegicele. What the Pegicele told
Honorable
ANC.
member,
You
Honorable
must
member
take a
Bongwe
listen to
has left the
Pegicele.
podium.
Sihlalo.
Honorable members, may you be orderly.
Sihlalo.
Presently, you are disorderly. Honorable member, order.
Sihlalo.
Honorable member,
Yebo, ngiphatheka kabi sihlalo mangabe ilunga elihloniphekile ngale letha amazwi lithi ilunga lela angilidonse ngephinifa ngazi uqonda ukuthini angiyazi nje lento yini leyo nto leyo.
honorable members, order, so that I can make a ruling on this one. Honorable member Kubisa, unfortunately, I have not seen that, and I can't confirm if it happened, but it will assist this house if members can conduct themselves in a manner that will maintain the decorum of the house. Honorable members, please conduct yourself in a manner that will help us to maintain the dignity of this house. I've said it twice. I hope members will respond. Honorable members, order. Shall we? Okay, I will now call upon Honorable Member W. Horn.
Thank you, Chair. On 16 July 2014, in his first Correctional Services budget speech, the Minister, with all the promise a new broom holds, not only correctly identified the overcrowding of our correctional centres as the big issue facing this department, but also promised that this department was poised to take delivery of services to what he called unprecedentedly higher levels. Chair, the fact is that reduction of overcrowding is a prerequisite for improvement in service delivery by DCS. Overcrowding impacts detrimentally on every function of correctional services. Overcrowding places an undue burden on the employees of correctional services. It compounds all of the social ills associated with correctional facilities, creates a dangerous working environment, and ultimately is one of the main reasons for the constant struggle of DCS to fill funded vacant positions and retain its workforce. Overcrowding furthermore impacts negatively on rehabilitation and social reintegration. Today, Chair, nearly 2 years later, the persistence of overcrowding, the failure to implement solutions, and the consequences of the continued overcrowding of our correctional facilities gives us a near-perfect snapshot of what is wrong with correctional services. In that maiden speech, the Minister promised a multi-pronged overcrowding management strategy, including the building of additional bed spaces, better management of the parole system, and promotion of social reintegration and the reduction of recidivism. In the DCS budget of 2014, an allocation of just more than 1 billion rand over the medium term up to 2016-17 was made with a view to create 5,900 additional bed spaces. Implementation, however, did not materialize. In 2014-15, none of the planned 1,081 bed spaces materialized. In 2015-16, the target was ultimately adjusted downwards to only 518. And even if against all realistic expectations, the plan to increase the number of bed spaces this year with 925 beds succeeds, this Minister will still fail spectacularly to honour his promise made in that maiden speech. And it's not as if this failure happened overnight or without warning. Fact is that we have heard the same lame excuses of problems with DPW and contractors every time we have tried to, in committee, to engage about this issue, without ever seeing any sign of the political will needed on the part of the Minister to resolve this issue. What we have rather seen is new, even more bloated promises. In the foreword to the 2015-16 APP of the department, the Minister, without showing any signs of shame or admitting failure to meet his previous promises, now promised to create 6,787 new bed spaces by 2019-20. Regarding the solution now proposed and championed here today of DCS becoming self-sufficient in respect of infrastructure projects, we believe this is nothing more than a facile attempt to divert attention. Because such an approach simply does not tie in with the ANC's insistence on the one hand that nothing serious is wrong with DPW and their uncut umbilical cord with organized labor on the other hand. Chair, in 2014, the Minister also promised broadening the use of electronic monitoring. Unfortunately, ever since July 2014, when the use of the about 1,000 monitors were introduced, nothing has been done to broaden the system. And now we know why. It apparently takes more time to manipulate contracts and tenders than to award it in the correct way. In 2014, the Minister targeted what he called better management of the parole system as part of the solution to overcrowding. Indeed, Chair, at the time, we as a country were in need of a minister who would be able to administer parole in a fair, transparent, rational manner, free of political considerations. This minister has turned out not to be that person. The actions and decisions of Minister Masuta regarding parole has only strengthened the public perception that this government only cares to involve itself with high-profile parole applications and then simply cannot deal with it in the apolitical manner needed to rebuild the public trust in the parole system. While the minister is boasting today of 98% of probationers complying with their parole conditions, and 380 officials being trained to conduct 11 programs to improve rehabilitation, what really should be questioned is how effective these programs are in preventing reoffending. Only once recidivism among paroled offenders decreases can we talk about more effective rehabilitation and social reintegration. Chair, DCS, despite having many committed, capable officials, continues to struggle. The failure of this minister to constructively lead does not help. The fact that he has a deputy who, apart from having an insatiable appetite for travel and apparently refreshments, to just about anywhere but the Portfolio Committee, where he has been conspicuously absent for the whole of this term, and who apparently will not even take part in this debate today, also does very little to assist either DCS or the minister. 2 years down the line, DCS is again in serious need of a new broom. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Pilani Majake. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members.
Honorable
Order, honorable members. Continue, honorable member.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister of Correctional Services, Advocate Michael Masuta, Deputy Ministers of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Thabang Makwetla, and Mr. John Jeffries, Honorable John Jeffries and Honorable Makwetla, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, Advocate Dr. Motshekga, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, Executive Management and Personnel of DCS, and National Commissioner
members.
for Correctional Services, Zach Modise, the Inspecting Judge of Correctional Services, Judge van der Westhuizen, who occupied the vacant position left by passing of Judge Skweyiya, may his soul rest in peace. Stakeholders of the Department of Correctional Services, ladies and gentlemen. Chairperson, I would firstly like to take this opportunity to send a message to all offenders, those who are watching this debate and those who cannot watch, who are incarcerated in our 243 correctional centers, to say, we have not forgotten you. I would also like to encourage you to take advantage of the opportunities provided to you in the correctional centers to equip yourself with education and skills that you can be in the position to use upon your release. You can use them in South Africa or in your home countries. Minister of Correctional Services has highlighted in his political overview the review of parole regime, the need to reduce recidivism, and achievement of various targets by the department, including 98% compliance to parole conditions, which is quite an achievement. Several weaknesses in the correctional supervision and parole regime have, for instance, been detected. The National Council for Correctional Services has therefore reviewed the entire parole regime. They are expected to present their findings and recommendations to the minister in the near future. What I just want to say is that the parole system of South Africa is one of the fairest parole system that you can actually get, and this is why it actually manages also to release on parole people who have really murdered our leaders. The JCPS cluster will receive approximately 166 billion rands in 2016-2017. This constitutes 23% of the total national budget. DCS received approximately 21 billion, that is 13% of Justice, Crime Prevention and Security cluster allocation. Expenditure is projected to increase by 6.3% annually to approximately 24.7 billion. With so much billion in 2018-2019, with so much of the entire fiscus of the country going into looking after inmates in correctional services, we start understanding the level of crime in the country and how crime consumes the livelihood of South Africans, let alone violates their rights on a daily basis. Redress in this regard is our greatest concern, and promotion of access to justice, both for the victim and the offender, should be intensified. This should not be a bottomless pit that is burdensome for the country, with so many who are poor in the country. We must ensure that rehabilitation programs produces many Natim Kais and Luandile Sichata. A difficult task to achieve indeed, for us to be in the position to really undo and turn around this situation. The Auditor General of South Africa has persistently raised concerns about the DCS internal audit and control environment and its perennial audit qualifications. The committee therefore knows with concern that the internal audit sub-program, whose purpose is to provide systemic discipline approach to evaluate and improve the effectiveness of risk management, control and governance processes, does not yet have performance indicators. We'd like to urge the department to create performance indicators just to ensure that this system works well. The Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services provides in terms of Act 111 of 1998 to investigate and scrutinize under the control of an inspecting judge the activities of the Department of Correctional Services. The Act provides that the President of the Republic of South Africa must appoint the inspecting judge. As the ANC, we welcome the recent appointment of Judge Johan van der Westhuizen as the new inspecting judge of correctional centers. The African National Congress believes that Judge van der Westhuizen will make significant contribution to this important oversight mechanism and believe that he will fulfill his statutory mandate in a manner that will safeguard and protect the rights of inmates within our correctional centers. The budget of the inspectorate has significantly increased from 48 million in 2015-2016 to 65 million in 2016-2017. This increase will cater for 42 vacant positions in the inspectorate, more jobs for South Africans. The ANC believes that with offices of this nature, we will ensure that correctional services no longer become prisons. And we agree with Professor Msiman to say that some of the correctional centers, they feel like people are in hotels. And this is the level at which the ANC has actually managed to turn around the situation of bad conditions
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
that inmates have been living in. We want to express that we are supporting the budget as the ANC. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services.
Chairperson, colleagues, thank you once again for the opportunity. And I'd like to start by thanking you all who support this budget, without which we would not be able to continue our daunting task of ensuring that South Africans are and feel safe, as clearly articulated in the National Development Plan. But before I proceed, Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge yet another hero, a South African whose idea, whose vision, turned into the breaking of a Guinness World Book of Records. Caroline Steyn, in a red, beautiful dress. I don't know where she is. I think the cameras should focus on her, because she came with an idea, following a dream of knitting together 67 blankets 2 years ago. A year later, the Indians decided to break her record by producing a blanket covering 12,000 square meters. Unrelenting as she is, working together with Yasser from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, they came with an idea that led South Africa to beating the World Guinness record by producing a blanket that covers 17,182 square meters. The The over 10,000 pieces of blanket, which covers the size of a single bed, will then be distributed accordingly to the different charities around the country to provide warmth to the many needy and destitute who live in these facilities. So you are the South African heroes. You must be celebrated together with the over 1,500 inmates who hand-knitted this or crocheted these blankets, and of course the donor who chose to remain anonymous, who has provided the 14 million rands financial support to the purchasing of the wool that was used in the crocheting of those blankets. You are South African heroes, and we will continue to celebrate you. But I would like to celebrate other people today, men and women in uniform, not only in corrections, in the police, in the army, in the Navy, and everywhere else in our security services, who continue every day putting their lives on the line in defense of all of us in South Africa, so that we can continue to enjoy the safety, to enjoy the democracy and the freedom that we have acquired some 22 years ago. And of course, I believe that even those in red berets and red overalls will stop continuing threatening that very safety that we are all committing to achieve. I don't think that empty threats of the kind that your leader has uttered in the media provide any sense of security to our nation going forward, and would like to encourage also political parties, especially those that are represented in this particular parliament, to be the last to be inciting violence in our country. We need peace, we need prosperity, and we need to work together to tackle the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and of course, unemployment in this country. That's what we need to focus our energies on. Let me, Chairperson, proceed to deal with a few points here that honorable colleagues have raised. Firstly, let me indicate that, yes,
Order, honorable members.
We would want...
Order, honorable members.
We would want to state upfront that as the ANC-led government, we continue to be committed to the fight not only against crime, including violent crime, but to the scourge, against the scourge of corruption as well. And to this end, I can just indicate that all the draft proclamations that have been put on my desk for referral to the President to proclaim investigations by the SIU have been signed off, and I am happy to report or confirm that indeed even the investigation into the awarding of the tender for the electronic monitoring system has recently been signed and is now the subject of investigation. And of course, investigations can go both ways. If, of course, in the end, the contract was found to have been awarded correctly without irregularity, the program will continue to roll out as it currently is. Equally, the IMS program, which has since been, the contract in respect of which has recently been awarded by the department, concerns had been raised about it by Treasury. I received a letter from the Minister of Finance. I wrote back to him to indicate that I await a process that is currently ongoing of looking into that award by the Auditor General. I cannot act on matters that have not been audited. And of course, if we find that there is basis to take corrective action in that regard, we will do so, no problem. I may just add in that regard that, of course, there is litigation underway where the affected successful bidder, feeling that due process was not followed in the manner in which this matter was dealt with, has since approached court, which I think is a good thing, because that will make our lives a lot easier based on whatever findings that the courts make as to what appropriate action going forward we need to take. And until then, I would encourage all speculations to be held in abeyance and allow due process to take its course. Now, a number of issues have been raised here. Amongst them is the whole issue of an assertion that we are doing very little to address the issue of overcrowding. Let me indicate that our statistics have shown the last time I presented the report of justice, for example, that there is enhanced efficiencies in the NPA, in investigations, in
Order,
the
honourable
police,
member.
which is achieving higher levels of conviction rates across different categories of offenses. Obviously, that translates into us receiving more offenders. We are doing our best whilst ensuring that crime doesn't pay, that people who commit offenses ultimately pay for their sins and therefore have to accommodate them in our facilities. We continue to ensure that we use whatever tools in the broader criminal justice system to reduce the number of people awaiting trial through ensuring, working with the judiciary, which is responsible for case flow, to ensure that matters are expeditiously disposed of through the criminal justice system so that such people do not have to wait for too long. There are consultations that are taking place currently between the NDPP and the National Commissioner to ensure that the tools in both the Criminal Procedure Act as well as the Corrections Act that colleagues have alluded to are put to good use, and that people who languish in our correctional facilities because they cannot afford to pay bail in circumstances where if they were able to pay such bail, they would be awaiting trial outside of our facilities, to make sure that those people are fast-tracked out of our facilities in order to gain more bed space to keep those that really deserve to be in our facilities. And of course, it's true that our infrastructure program has been hamstrung over the years with various challenges, including contractors that turned out not to have the capacity to deliver, going bankrupt, and us having to rerun processes, etc. And I think going forward, working with Public Works, we will ensure that tighter scrutiny takes place before contracts are awarded, to ensure that those that offer to provide services to the state indeed have the capacity to do so. On our side, as correctly alluded to by colleagues, indeed, we have begun a process of resuscitating the capacity, in-house capacity of the department to deliver its own infrastructure program by ensuring that we train artisans amongst our inmates, we employ specialized skills into our organization to restore the capacity of the organization to roll out infrastructure and to ensure that we have the capacity to do proper maintenance on our facilities in order to make them habitable for our inmates. And of course, some people are saying that our facilities have become hotels when there are poor people out there living in squatter camps and so on. We have committed ourselves as a country to providing a correctional service that meets international standards, that conform to our Bill of Rights and the Constitution in general, and we will honor our Constitution.
Honourable
We will
Minister,
ensure
your time is
that
now expired.
decent treatment is provided to our inmates. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable
And
Minister.
thanks for supporting the budget.
Honourable members, you are reminded that the debate on Environmental Affairs budget vote will take place at 16:15 in the National Assembly, and the debate on human settlements will take place here in the old Assembly. That concludes the debate and the business of this extended public committee. The committee will now rise.
We will now have a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Good afternoon, members. Would like to welcome senior management of the department, led by the Director General, together with the guests of the Minister who are on the gallery, who are now the guests of Parliament. Just to indicate to the guests that while you are here and we welcome you, you are not supposed to clap hands when you are excited about some points on the speech, or to scream if you are not happy. You can just make some faces or smile, depending on the mood of yourself during the speech, but we are welcome. Thank you very much. I'll now ask the Secretary to read the order.
Debate on vote number 38, Human Settlements Appropriation Bill.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Housing, Honorable Lindiwe Sisulu.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, distinguished guests. All human achievements begin with the pursuance of an idea, a spark, and at best, a dream. In our case, we, the African National Congress, it was in the course of our pursuit of the idea and dream of freedom that was embedded the protection of all the rights which are aimed at reclaiming our humanity. The struggle was a necessary price to pay if we were to defeat centuries-old systems whose hallmarks were to demean, fragment, stratify, racialize, and compartmentalize the human condition. The immediate challenge facing the new ANC government in 1994 was how to create a new human consciousness, a consciousness that would be distinct and one that would be geared at ensuring that we can remove centuries-old colonial apartheid mentality and create a different fabric of society, a new identity, and all those rights that we enjoy today. All of these find expression in our struggle mandate. From a solid base and immeasurable delivery, our struggle continues, and we claim no easy victories. The struggle we talk about, we lived. It is not one we heard about or read about and decided to expropriate it for opportunistic reasons. The rights that our people enjoy today, we have worked tirelessly for. None can take these away, nor seek to erase their significance from the consciousness of our people. As part of our contribution as human settlements, we moved with haste to restore the dignity for our people through the provision of shelter and engaged in the business of changing our human geography. What apartheid segregated, we are integrating at all levels of human existence, socially, culturally, and economically. Our successes speak for themselves, and they're internationally acknowledged. I repeat this at every opportunity so that we all internalize it. No country in the world has achieved what the ANC government has achieved in the provision of shelter for its people. None, 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 and it is recorded as such internationally. And we do it because it is what we promised our people and because we are committed to our promises. For those whose circumstances have not yet changed, we may not be there just yet, but gauge our commitment, look at the previous condition of most of our societies, and look at them now. We made that possible. We are as committed to you, and we are committed to changing your condition too. It is for this reason that today's speech is dedicated to all those who still wait in hope. This government builds 1,003 houses every day. That means that every day 1,003 families move into new houses. You are in our sights. Change is within your grasp. To fast-track delivery, we have reviewed our policies and methods so that you too can enjoy the comfort and security we have fought to give you. 2 weeks ago, the Deputy Minister and I celebrated the incredible feat of having delivered 4.3 million houses and subsidies that the ANC government has provided. We celebrated that we had delivered a world record to more than 20 million people in this country. Put simply, 20 million people is more than a third of our country's population. And we have celebrated this in a city that we have been building over the past 10 years in Johannesburg, called Cosmos City. It is an amazing place. We built that city brick by brick, just one of the many examples of what we are building all over the country. It is an example also of what is possible when the mind and the heart are aligned in pursuit of the best for our people. The model of Cosmos City sits in the exhibition area outside of the hall here. Please take time to see it, and you are allowed to marvel. You are allowed to marvel as we continue building a new reality for South Africa. We are working with the same contractor on an integrated human settlements development in Midvaal called Savannah City, which will consist of more than 18,000 BNG houses, 16 educational facilities, malls, clinics, and etc. And this development will ensure that the informal settlement that is currently called Orange Farm will be part of a city. This is where Orange Farm will move to, Savannah City, and we're busy with that. The first phase of Cosmos City consists of 12,000 units with mixed typologies that range from fully subsidized BNG houses to bonded houses with rental units. A thriving city with all the elements that our policy determines constitute a human settlement, complete with 12 schools, 3 shopping malls, health facilities, police stations, a community center with a hall, and 43 parks and recreational areas, library, cemetery, and several churches as well. Our model of the post-apartheid city, reversing the legacy of segregation and exclusion. We have just promised them a stadium as well to complete the city. Here in the city lives a people who time forgot, somewhere in Skotipola, deep Soweto, and who are now in Cosmos City, fully fledged citizens, energetic, vibrant people taking charge of their new lives. A changed people from a desperate and desolate to a positive and participatory citizenry. It is important that we need to keep reminding ourselves, lest we forget, because it is so easy to forget, that we've come a long way from an ugly past. The changes did not come about in themselves. We have put a great deal of effort into this, and we are justly proud of what we've been able to achieve. We took what was the best of the ideas we had and called it breaking new ground. We have had 10 years experience in delivering this endogenous policy, endogenous in the sense that it is born out of what we have experienced, it is homegrown, it is not inherited or borrowed from elsewhere. Those operating in this space confirm that it is nothing short of a breakthrough in thinking and development. This policy is now embedded in the National Development Plan and is consolidated into the new Human Settlements Policy, which honorable members will find on your desk or on your way out in the form of a draft white paper. We have the passion, we have the space, we have the opportunity and the energy to continue to be at the cutting edge of policy and development.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, can you please stop discussing about the stadiums? Let's allow the minister.
There's no clock. Watch.
Minister, your time will not be taken by this. Continue, Minister. Order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, both from the ANC and the EFF, can we please allow the minister to proceed? Continue, Minister.
Thank you. We have the passion, the space, and opportunity and energy to continue to be the cutting edge of policy development and contribute to the rest of the developing world. We can claim without arrogance that we are leaders in this field and are continuously challenging and pushing the frontiers and boundaries of knowledge. Last month, we had the honor of hosting the UN United Nations Conference in preparation for the third UN Habitat Conference, a world conference that takes place every 20 years which will now take place in Quito, Ecuador in October. We had 512 delegates, 54 from different countries and 54 governments, including a whole range of NGOs and shack dwellers associations. The theme of the conference was urbanization and informal settlements. This was our choice of topic as a host country. We chose it because it is our present and pressing challenge with many of our people still living in squalor in places like Khayelitsha, Guguletu, Nyanga, Philippi, Soweto, Orange Farm, Polokwane, Mahikeng, Tshwane, Mlazi, and all for whom we dedicate today. The conference grappled with staggering figures presented. We deliberated on the global implications of what to do about the fact that approximately 1 billion people in the world, out of a world of a population of 7.4 billion, live in slums, and that it is set to increase, that 1 out of every 7 people in the world today live in slums. This is an unfortunate story of humanity in the 21st century that should happen amid the rising wealth of only a few. We were confronted with the reality that South Africa is among the fastest urbanizing countries, with approximately 63.6% of its population in urban areas. It is a phenomenon that is here to stay. Imagine the enormity of the problem that it poses. That makes for a very worrying situation. We need to urgently attend to this reality in our country. It is in our power collectively to do so. We welcome the opportunity to host this conference because it forced us to confirm the questions around those that set the world's agenda and what role we should assume to influence that. Our choice of topic was deliberate because our concern about the poor is not an accident. It is central to how we are socialized in our political formation. It is central to our ideology and our orientation to be pro-poor and be concerned about the most disadvantaged. We approach this not out of sympathy, but as an obligation born out of our experience of the all-consuming disadvantage of cultural, spiritual, material dislocation that apartheid bestowed on the majority of our people. It is a matter of commitment and as well as of solidarity. The choice of ourselves as host is also a mark of confidence that out of our experience, we were in a better position to influence the global agenda. We were pleased to be counted among the countries that have made significant contribution to improving the lives of those living in informal settlements, and we will continue to do so. In the recent South African statistics released last month, it is confirmed amid growing urbanization that the percentage of people living in informal settlements has dropped from 17% in 2002 to 11% in 2014. That would technically mean that we are providing shelter faster than the rate of urbanization, which is 2.4 per annum, and this is very good news for us. At all times, we have been driven by the dire need of our people. We are concerned about the conditions of squalor that breeds all forms of social maladies, such as crime, education deficit, health crises, and the resultant poor quality of life. These are matters that are further exacerbated by the huge inequality gap that we have in this country. Inequality is not only a sad indictment on us, it is also an indicator of failure to grasp what it takes for society to move forward. Having drawn from these lessons of the past, we have resolutely decided that in order to speed up delivery, we have to change the way that we do business. The first step is to create a new model of development that will unshackle the construction sector from the bureaucratic entanglement that held it back. We need the industry to deliver faster. In this model that we have created, the partnership that we want, we have experimented at the Cosmos City and in Oliver Node Bush. Here, government provided the land, and also we intend to provide the land in the new model. The construction industry will focus on building houses. We are hoping that the banks will come on board and provide the necessary loans to our developers. Our aim is to ensure that the private sector is stimulated to produce more. We want to unlock the full potential that exists outside government with a view to ensuring that government's burden of providing houses is shared by those who can assist. We're introducing a framework that allows government to play its part while encouraging the market to participate as a full partner. This system will also cut down on our entrepreneurs believing that they have to know somebody in some department to engage, either in construction or any other business associated with government. They do not have to have any contacts in government. Here is an open invitation to all who have an interest and the necessary qualifications. Come build within our specifications and partner with us. If you are interested, please come to our workshop on the 9th of May, where we will plan how together we can build a nation. This is workable. We have done it on the N2 Gateway, in Cosmos City, in Savannah City, in Flair-Off, and we continue doing it. We've had outstanding successes in these areas, and the economic impact will be enormous. Currently, the bids we have for these mega cities stands at 300 billion rands from the private sector. We have had our successes, and we gloat about them, and we're very proud of them. But we've also learned with humility what we can do better. And here are some of the things that we do intend to do better. Number one, it is the beneficiary list. As I indicated last year, we were concerned about the inefficiencies in the waiting lists. We have now taken a policy decision to de-link developers from the beneficiary list. We've also taken a decision to de-link municipalities from the beneficiary list. There is no reason why developers or municipalities should be required to manage community issues of reallocation and allocation of beneficiary lists when this is at a level above their administrative space. Developers are a contracting third party and to build houses within time frames stipulated in the contract and nothing else. The beneficiary list, therefore, will be centrally approved in Pretoria, and we have worked on a model that will be rolled out soon. In allocating subsidized houses, we will also be prioritizing backyard dwellers whose concerns about queue jumping by urban newcomers are legitimate and we're concerned about them. These are law-abiding people and have stuck by the rules. 2, catalytic projects. Indicated last year, we were going to build en masse to meet the backlog. The Catalytic Projects Program is expected to produce integrated mixed-use residential neighborhoods in well-located areas closest to places of economic opportunity and social amenities. This will be built on the same model as Cosmos City. We have approved 46 provincial government mega cities, and I have invited all the successful private developers to an official announcement of the catalytic projects on the 9th of May. Because the model is to sell the units to government, we are hoping for better quality and quicker turnaround times. 3, government employee housing scheme. In 2006, we embarked on a novel idea of ensuring that we can provide housing for public servants who fall within the gap market. We have been mulling over this idea and revived it both when I was Minister of Public Service and now as Minister of Human Settlements. Together with the Ministry of Public Service and Administration, we are happy to announce that the government employee housing scheme is now a reality. We will act as guarantors to the bank in order for the banks to make bonds available to government employees, in order for them to buy and invest in property. What we commit to the banks is to ensure that the monthly repayments will be deducted from the salaries, and this will be done by DPSA. Human Settlements will do the rest, which is ensuring the provision of affordable housing, ensuring the possibility of social housing, and a stock that might be a rent-to-buy stock. This will mean that the unfortunate gap market that people who are in government fall in will now be outside of that particular bracket. These will now be catered for by ourselves. I'm happy to announce that the Department of Human Settlements and the Department of Public Service and Administration have agreed on terms of the implementation and protocol of this venture. Number 4, military veterans. We committed ourselves in the 2015 budget vote to urgently address the backlog of housing for military veterans and immediately declared the Military Veterans Program a ministerial priority project managed by the National Department. We have been informed by the Department of Military Veterans, which houses the database, that the military veterans backlog is 4,909 persons. Today, I am very happy to announce that the houses we have set aside for military veterans are 5,600 houses, exceeding and clearing the backlog immediately. What we will embark on starting tomorrow is the allocation of the houses, matching the database to the province and the individual concerned. Special arrangements have been made to ensure that we are able to allocate the houses in the shortest possible time. Now that we've cleared the backlog, a heavy load has been lifted off my shoulders. I take this opportunity to apologize most profusely to this sector of military veterans for the time it has taken this government to get to this point. I reiterate that none is more special to us than you who delivered us our freedom. As we move forward, I hope we can make up for the tardiness of the past and that you will learn how much we appreciate your sacrifice. Number 5, we have taken a decision as MINMEC that we are going to target the Northern Cape to completely eradicate the backlog of houses. The backlog in the Northern Cape is 52,000 houses. It is possible to clear that within 2 years, and that is what we're going to do. I would like to be able to say that within my tenure and in this administration, there was a province that had no backlog and naturally, therefore, no shacks. House Chairperson, now for the 2016 budget allocation, the budget is negatively affected over the empty. The budget is negatively affected over the MTF period and was significantly reduced from the MTF allocation of 105.7 billion to 101.8 billion, a reduction of 3.8 billion. This reduction affected both the operational allocation of the department as well as the allocation of capital grants, which would have a negative impact on the creation of housing opportunities. The Human Settlements Development Grant was reduced from 1.6 billion. The Urban Settlements Development Grant was reduced by 807 million rands, and the Restructuring Capital Grant allocated for rental and social housing was reduced by 1.1 billion rand. The allocation for the HSDG amounts to 18.3 billion, has also been negatively affected. This grant, which aims to provide funding for the creation of sustainable and integrated human settlements, was significantly cut by 1.6 billion rands. The USDG has been allocated an amount of 10.8 billion. This grant was also affected by a reduction to the amount of 108 million over the MTF. The grant is aimed at supplementing the capital revenue of metropolitan municipalities in order to support the national human settlements development. As a state, we cannot allow the reduction that we are experiencing now to further reduce the number of houses that we are able to provide you. We've also come to the conclusion that it should not be the state alone that provides housing for our people. We call on all large employees to assist their employers, to assist their employees to find decent shelter. It is part of what they extract in the unit cost of labor. We intend to extend our social contract to include large employers in a formal agreement about how we can follow this endeavor. In the terms of the MTSF target, the department is expected to strengthen current mechanism to mobilize the private sector to contribute to human settlements and development. We have therefore developed the employer-assisted housing strategy and mechanism to track employer-assisted housing in the public sector. And while we're talking of private employers, each one that is listening to me now, and each one of you now, that has a gardener or a domestic worker, I call on you, please be part of this endeavor. Ensure that your housekeeper, your domestic worker, does have access to a house. You can do it. The processes of checking whether they are on the beneficiary list and how far they are often very laborious and tedious, and they need permission from you to be absent from work. I request that you go and queue up and check if the person who's in your employ is registered on the register. I have consistently been quoting statistics that have been provided to us from outside of our database for the simple reason that we want you to understand that this is not us exaggerating our story, which is an extremely good story. Here is the final non-partisan quote from a renowned economist, Mr. Mike Schuessler. He predicted that by the end of 2016, this year, black ownership, those who were previously disadvantaged, of South Africa's primary residential market could be up to as much as 60% by the end of this year. And he concluded, and I want to emphasize this, that this has been a huge success story. It does not come from us. The Deputy Minister and I would like to thank the Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee for their support. They are surely one of the busiest committees in Parliament and have a permanently packed program. A special thanks to you, Chairperson, for representing me at different fora in the run-up to the UN Habitat 3 conference. I want to conclude with one of Bernard Shaw's most famous comments, as he observed, and I quote, some people see things as they are and ask why. Some dream of things as they never were and ask why not. We have now delivered 4.3 million houses and subsidies, and we're asking ourselves, what about 6 million? Why don't we target 6 million? Why not? If all the role players, the loud mouths, the quiet mouths, everybody makes sure they come together to provide houses for our people, we will be able, in this current administration, to have provided 6 million people. Let's all ask ourselves, why not? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Order, honorable members. Mage Kawula. Honorable members, Honorable Kawula and Honorable Shandu, I have noted your exhibit, but as you know, that you can utilize those gadgets for your speech, but not for the use you are using for now. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Mafu.
Sihlalo obekekileyo, ongqongqoshe abakhoyo abaphakathi endlini, amalungu eParlamente abekekileyo, indwendwe zethu, uMzantsi Afrika ngokubanzi. Sithatha eli thuba singumbutho wesizwe, sizulisa amazwi ovelwano kwiintsapho ezithe zalahlekelwa zizihlobo zazo kwingozi ebiseRandfontein, eRhawutini yeteksi. Kwakunye neentsapho ezithe zalahlekelwa ngabantwana babo besikolo eWits University abasixhenxe besiya ePhulukwane okanye bebuya khona. Sithi bangathuthuzeleka emoyeni. Kule nyanga kaCanzibe, inyanga yabasebenzi, inyanga yeAfrika, umbutho wesizwe iAfrican National Congress iluxhasa ngokupheleleyo oluhlahlo lwabiwo-mali lwesebe lwezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Honorable Chair, as the custodians of the housing sector, the department derives its commandate and responsibilities from Section 3 of the Housing Act of 1997, which allows the department, in collaboration with provinces and municipalities, to establish and facilitate a sustainable national housing development process. Chapter 8 of the National Development Plan provides a roadmap for the achievement of sustainable human settlements in South Africa by 2030. To ensure its oversight role, the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement received briefing from the department and its entities on their strategic plans, budget, and annual performance plans. The department was also requested to present the business plans from its 9 provinces. The committee also received a briefing from the Auditor General. We appreciate the fact that the department received an unqualified audit, of course with findings which we have engaged them on, and we expect the department to brief the committee on its corrective measures on a quarterly basis. Honorable Chair, when you look at the strategic plans from the department, in summary, they say, 1, accelerating the delivery of houses as key strategy of poverty alleviation. 2, utilizing the provision of housing as major job creation strategy. 3, ensuring that property market can be accessed by all as an asset for wealth creation and empowerment. 4, leveraging growth in the economy. 5, combating crime, promoting social cohesion, and improving quality of life for the poor. And the last, supporting the functioning of the entire residential market to reduce duality within the sector by breaking the barriers between the first economy boom and the second economy slump. Utilizing as an instrument for the development of sustainable human settlements in support of spatial restructuring. Chairperson, there has been a steady pace towards greater urbanization, and today, as you know, 63% of South Africans live in urban areas. Even though ANC government has provided just over 4.3 million housing opportunities in the last 21 years, inadequate housing remains as one of the main challenges for this country. Urban management trends continue to reinforce fragmentation and marginalization through the growth of peripheral formal and informal settlements. The rapid urbanization rate resulting in the proliferation of informal settlements around urban centers exacerbate the need for housing in this country. As you know, the budget for Human Settlement Department, 97% of it goes to provinces and metros through the Human Settlement Development Grant and the Urban Settlement Development Grant. The committee, having been briefed by the department, entities, provinces, and metros, deliberated and made the following observations. The committee is concerned about the snail pace of issuing of title deeds, stating that this deprived most beneficiaries to have ownership of the houses. There seems to be a bias towards eradicating backlog at the expense of the new developments. This subsequently leads to an increase in backlog. There was a general practice of over and underspending in human settlement program. This is attributed to lack of proper planning. Illegal occupation of state-provided houses is becoming a big problem. Home invasion in the Marikana area is the cause for concern. The issue of non-utilization of the USDG grant, mainly in the 3 metros, the city of Cape Town, Ekurhuleni, and eThekwini, is a worrisome factor, particularly because these are the metros that face major challenges related to human settlement. The issue of land release for human settlement purposes by the governments, departments, and entities is still becoming a challenge which we need to deal with. And this will help in the delivery of houses by this department. The planning and implementation of community residential unit was low, and that the income categories of the qualification criteria does not reflect changes in economy or inflation. And also that there is a lack of visibility or marketing of human settlements entities. The Northern Cape province, with the department, was requested to resubmit their report to the portfolio committee due to lack of compliance with presentation framework. Chairperson, the ANC government has made strides in providing shelter for the South Africans. About 12.5 million South Africans has benefited. And yes, more needs to be done. In the past, and at this point, I would want to quote the first president of the ANC Youth League in 1944, when he said, Comrade, the late Anton Lembede, and I quote, "In the past, all those forces which endeavor to demolish the movement dismally failed. But today, the ANC is facing a formidable alliance of hostile organizations which are supported in the main by the West and which aim at destroying the African National Congress and thus crush and shatter the very soul of the African people. The vain and furious attempts of this organization is however foredoomed to failure. No realistic observer can connive at or conceal some powerful act in the history of the African National Congress. Of course, there's been blunders, but the spirit which is to be interpreted by the African National Congress is eternal and unchanged. Close quote. Revolutions are major events and needs to be distinguished from more limited skirmishes with authority or filling of stadiums like Orlando. So, we're not concerned with
Honorable
isolated
Shandu.
acts, no
Honorable
matter how
Shandu.
great the impact they may be, have made at the time. All other types of disorder simply aim to deal a blow at those in authority or even to dispose or physically eliminate them. Chairperson, China has surpassed USA and Europe as South Africa's largest trade partner. And we note that the Democratic Alliance, which is backed by the West, has postured themselves as beneficiaries of the anti-government movement. To quote Anne Applebaum, who wrote in an Institute magazine, she says, and I quote, "The weakness of the opposition has reduced the pressure on the ANC to win electoral votes on the basis of its performance in government. It also means that at national level, the ANC commitment to democracy has not been put to the ultimate test. That is the transfer of power to a victorious opposition." This is said by Anne Applebaum, and she goes further to say, it is important, therefore, as the West, to make sure that we fund adequately the opposition parties in South Africa to unseat the government of the day. Therefore, there are powerful forces that are aligned to the Democratic Alliance that are destabilizing South Africa as a key partner of BRICS. That is why outbursts on social media of racists like Matt Thienesin, who is a member in good standing of the Democratic Alliance, who used the K word
Point
to
of order.
describe the government of the day,
Honorable
is not
Mafu.
surprising.
Honorable Mafu, can you please take this? Order. Honorable Thienesin.
Madam House Chair, it may be correct to say untruths at Latuli House, but it's not correct to say untruths in this House. Mr. Matthys is not affiliated with the Democratic Alliance at all, and if that member had any apples, she would produce the proof of such, which she knows doesn't exist.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll reflect on that matter, would look at Hansard and then confer what was said. Order. Honorable members. Honorable members, I did indicate that we can't utilize our iPads for the purposes that are supposed to in the House. Honorable member, you can continue.
Order, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Order, Honorable member. Order. Yes. Chair, I know it's very painful when we compare PE and Orlando. It's very painful. I'm Honorable sorry, Chair.
E.
What's your point of order? There is no point of order. Continue, Honorable member.
Chairperson. Chairperson. This is also not surprising.
Order, Honorable member. What's your point of order?
Chairperson, can we please switch the mic off there? There's a mic on there. There's a mic on there. There's it off now to pick up the voices of the EFF. They switch a mic on while the debate is on.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members, can we allow the speaker on the podium to be heard? Honorable Shandu. Ombatha wo Shandu. Uzwile. Continue, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. let's relax and listen to politics. That is also not surprising to learn about a Broederbond type of an organization called Freemasons, which seems to be grooming DA public representatives who must now come and be able to oppose the African National Congress. We must not miss the forest for the trees. This is the real state capture. If you talk about state capture, that is what it is. When a dog attempts to bite you, kick it in order for the owner to come out. Of course, dogs can be very scary, particularly a bulldog or a dog which has got rabies. Because if it bites you, that bite is fatal. But it remains a dog. It has a handler. Whilst we need to deal with the dogs as the ANC, let's not remove our focus from the owner or get distracted. The owners in this case, we're talking about imperialists who wants to recapture this country. When people back and say, we will take this country through the barrel of a gun, you must stop and wonder, who are the owners? When you speak about the people's power, we remember the collective will and effort of the people to overcome the repressive apartheid regime. The difficult condition of the time required comrades to display maximum unity and discipline, and we can still do it today. This will be displayed through South Africans renewing the ANC mandate in the coming local government elections on the 3rd of August. Watch and see and learn. Honorable Chair, we appreciate the cooperation from the department officials under the directorship of Mr. Mbulelo Changana, the DG. We congratulate the department on the successful hosting of the Informal Settlements International Conference under the UN Habitat as part of the preparation for the international conference in Ecuador in October this year. We also want to like to thank the parliamentary staff support for this committee and members of the portfolio committee, particularly from the DA, IFP, and NFP. And of course, my own party, the African National Congress. Your support is always appreciated. We have not seen the others in this committee. We don't know where they were. But they will come here and debate, but they don't attend the committee.
On a point of order.
The ANC says local
On a
government
point of
is
order.
in your hands.
Order.
All
Honourable member.
power to the people.
Honourable Member, what's your point of order? Thank you, Honourable Chair. There have been previous rulings in this House, Honourable Chair, that members can't say that other members were not in the committee because it incites
Order.
on the integrity of a member to say that they were not in a committee. There have been previous rulings in that regard. Can you please check for me on that and then come
We'll
back
check,
to me?
Honourable Member. Thank you very much.
The ANC reiterates its support for this budget, and we urge South Africans to be resolute and vote for the African National Congress. We are going to overcome. We
Honourable
must
member,
not
your
be
time is up.
distracted. I thank you.
Honourable Ghana.
Oh, sorry.
Order.
Na khensa mthamashitulu. Chairperson, it is said that you judge a person by what they do and not what they say they will do. In my language, we say mintirho ya vulavula. So when one assesses the budget of the department and the promises that the minister has just made, one needs to check what has been delivered from the promises made in the last 2 years. And I have to say, Minister, since your return to the department, you have made a lot of promises that unfortunately have not been met by any serious action. In July of 2014, and I'm glad that you talked about the beneficiary list today. In July of 2014, you promised to have a credible housing demand database that will help municipalities in the allocation of state-subsidized houses. You had promised that it will be done within 12 months. It is now 2 years. We still do not have a credible database that can be trusted by everyone. Minister, if we had a credible database, the current housing situation in Marikana will not have escalated to the level that it has. The list of intended beneficiaries will have been known, and there will not have been an illegal occupation of houses. Had the list been known, Minister, the rental units in Marikana Extension 2 will be occupied by now, and we will not be hearing talks of a possible deployment of the army to evict people in Marikana. Hopefully, Minister, you will today make an unequivocal statement that no member of the army will be sent to Marikana to deal with a human settlement problem that was created by your department. In my budget response in 2014, I made a plea that beneficiaries of RDP houses must be identified and be involved in the construction of their houses. And last year, you seem to have made a movement. And I want to quote you in what you said last year. And I quote, "For far too long, we have treated benefiting communities and individuals as if they are physically incapacitated." End quote. This is your quote last year. I expected a change in approach. However, Minister, things have remained as they are before this statement was uttered. Beneficiaries only become aware that they have benefited after a house has been completed. They continue to have no say whatsoever in the construction of their asset, as you put it last year. This government continues to treat the people as passive recipients of government services. And I have to say, Minister, this has to change. You might recall, Minister, that we agreed and supported your call last year when you spoke of ending the rectification program. We agreed that developers should be the ones who rectify their shoddy workmanship, and that going forward there should be no rectification of RDP houses. However, Minister, we continue to see provinces like Free State and the Northern Cape spending astronomical amounts, some as high as 700,000 to repair a single RDP house. I believe that the time has come to properly audit the number of houses that really needs to be rectified, and once that audit has been done, we put an end to this program. The rectification program seems to be a way to steal money from the poor, because a house that costs 160,000 rand to build cannot have repairs of 700,000. Surely at some point we must have the SIU investigating this theft of poor people's money. Because I know that in the budget, the SIU is listed as being around in the department. One matter that I have constantly raised is the issue of hostels, and I'm glad that the newly appointed MEC of Human Settlement in Gauteng is here. It's the issue of hostels in Soweto. They were built in your first term as a Minister of Human Settlements. And in 2016, Minister, they are still unoccupied. Those hostels that you promised that you'll go visit and you'll resolve it. You failed to resolve it in your first term. You are now halfway in your second term. You still have not resolved it. And Honorable Memez that's sitting behind you was the MEC then. He's now a member of the committee. The houses are still empty. And now the Sitoka hostels in Tembisa have joined the queue. They have been completed, but they have not been occupied. I believe that the time has come, Minister, to review how we deal with the hostel upgrade program. And then we must end or bring to an end the community residential unit program and collapse it into the social housing program. We also need to review the qualifying income band for BNG houses, social housing, and institutional subsidy. And I want to go to something that you said last year, Minister, because you are full of promises. You had said last year that people that want to sell their RDP houses
Point of
within
order.
8 years.
Order, honorable member, what's the point of order?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to indicate to you that Honorable Mabe is calling Honorable Khan a sellout. Is that parliamentary?
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, did you utter
Chair.
that word?
Mbata, are you referring to me?
Order, order. Honorable Mbata, can you take a seat?
By the way, I'm not defending
Honorable
Amapolo.
Mbata.
Honorable Ghana is a black man.
Honorable Mbata, can you take
I'm not
a seat?
defending Amapono here.
No, but it's
Can
not
you take
telling
a
the
seat?
truth, Chair.
Honorable Ghana is
It's
a
not
black
telling
man.
the truth, Chair. It's not true. I've never said anything. It's not telling the
Order,
truth.
order, honorable members.
I've never said
Honorable
anything.
Mbata, can you please take your seat? Order. Order, honorable members. I have noted your point of order, Honorable Mbata, and I asked Honorable Mabe to respond. I will ask the table to consult the Hansard and we'll come back with the ruling. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 63, if I may. It speaks to unparliamentary and offensive language. And I'd like to refer you to previous rulings of this House relating to members having to refrain from referring to racist epithets, even in a historical context. I would submit to you that the word Amabunu is a racial epithet in a historical context. And on previous rulings...
Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable member.
I don't know if the Honourable Dirks is trying to engage with me.
Can you please
But, I mean,
continue
I'm not
with the point
surprised
of
your
order?
colleagues put a snake in
Honorable
your office.
Senezen, can you
Not
please
surprised.
address the chair?
I want to say to you that I would submit that I would ask you to make a ruling before the end of the sitting today, whether that does qualify as a racial epithet in an historical sense, and whether it is parliamentary.
I will ask assistance from the NA table and we'll come back before the end of the session. Honorable member, can you proceed?
Thank you, Chairperson. I was still saying last year, Minister, you came to the budget debate and you said people that need to sell their houses within 8 years, they must sell it back to government. But guess what, Minister? I looked through the budget that you are presenting today. There's no allocation, zero. So I'm wondering, where will government get the money to buy the very same houses? I guess this, Minister, it is one of your many empty promises that you continue to make to the people of South Africa. And I believe it's time that you realize that the 8 years lock-in period is actually leading to the people selling their houses at low prices. And it's time that we remove this restriction and you'll see the market prosper. You don't even have to regulate it. The market will prosper. And Honorable Minister, it is interesting to see the department pulling all stops to assist Nelson Mandela Bay municipality now that you and your ANC government stand to lose the municipality in August. You know, funds have been channeled from Gauteng. Honorable Mashatile, and I hope you are listening, funds have been channeled from Gauteng to Nelson Mandela Bay to help the ANC Nelson Mandela Bay to stay in power. Unfortunately for you, and I have to say this, unfortunately for you and the ANC, it is little too late. The voters of Nelson Mandela Bay and many other municipalities have had it with you. And on the 3rd of August, they are going to vote, and they are going to vote for change. They are going to vote for a change that delivers real housing opportunities for all the people. The points that you have mentioned today,
Order,
Minister.
honorable members.
The points that you have mentioned today, Honorable Minister, if you were to go back to the speech that you made in July 2014, you'll see that they are the same points. And we are 24 months after. almost 24 months since the first budget speech you made in July 2014. And none of them have,
Thank you, Honorable
have
Ghana. Your
materialized.
time is up.
Oh,
Honorable Kadi.
thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. We take this opportunity to thank the people of South Africa, the ground forces and fighters and members and supporters of the economic freedom fighters who turned up in their thousands and thousands at Orlando Stadium, notwithstanding the provocation of other parties who flew their flags over and above the Orlando Stadium, who intensified the postering in and around the stadium, notwithstanding the chairperson of the session with Mr. Pegicele there in Port Elizabeth addressing 9 people subsequent to the empty stadium when the president had to walk around on empty red stadiums. We thank our people very much. There's nothing much we can say. Obviously, we reject this budget, Mrs. Sisulu. We reject this budget for obvious reasons that it does not actually address the needs and aspirations of our people. Our people in Khayelitsha, in Langa, in Kukuletu, in Nyanga, throughout the Cape Metro, they still use porta-porta system. They don't have water,
Order,
they don't
honorable
have
members.
toilets, they don't have
Order.
houses. They still live in abject poverty. They don't have houses, street lights. You speak of human settlement, integrated human settlement. We're saying that our people deserve better. Not only in Khayelitsha, Langa, and Kukuletu, in Alexandra, in Stwetla, in Deep Sloot, in Elias Mtswaledi informal settlement. We reject your budget vote, Mrs. Sisulu. And in the alternative, we present to the people of South Africa a People's Manifesto launched on the 30th of April in Orlando, where we speak of abolishment of tender system in changing the lives of our people in terms of human settlement, where we speak of abolishment and elimination of all informal settlement and squatter camps within the 5 years of office of the EFF, come the 3rd of August. We call on our people to reject the ruling party, the Zuma ANC, and of course the provocative DA who flew their flag in our rally. Very opportunistic, and not for the first time, even at Metlareng, even in Rustenburg on our 2nd anniversary. And we're sure that even in our Chela Tupa, our final rally, they will fly. But this time we're going to arrange an SAM-7, SAM-7, surface-to-air missile. We'll shoot it down, we can assure you. And try it, you'll see. And we mean business. And stop that provocative conduct of yours.
House Chair, point of
An
order.
EFF, people-centered municipality.
House Chair.
You have a problem?
Order, honorable member, what's the point of order?
House Chair, point of
Order. Order.
I rise on a point of order, House Chair, to really check and ask you and the table to really confirm if it is acceptable in our democracy that in a parliamentary session, people should really promise to shoot, undertake to shoot with missiles. I don't think it should be acceptable at all.
Thank you.
Chairperson,
Honorable
can I
member, you
continue with my the address of the EFF on the budget vote of Mrs. Sisulu? Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF People's Municipality will use municipal land to provide proper human settlement. We will ensure that in all congested areas where most people reside closer to work, an EFF municipality
Order,
should
honourable member.
construct a high-rise sky buildings
Honourable
to
Kadi,
accommodate
can
our
I please
people.
take a point of order? Honourable member.
But she's wasting our time, this one, man.
Order.
On a
Order,
point of-
honourable member, what's the
on a
point of order?
Order, House Chair. House Chair, in this house, we don't have Mrs. Sisulu. It's out of order.
Chairperson of the
And I
session,
think you
she
must-
does not sit
we
in
have
the
got
rules
honourable.
committee.
Thank
She's
you.
out of order, in fact.
Honourable member,
All the people,
she is not
and
out
all
of
the
order.
EFF people's municipality housing list will be
Honourable
made
Kadi.
public, and a priority will
Honourable
be given
Kadi.
to people with disabilities and old age.
Honourable Kadi, for now,
We have not yet adopted the new rules, so the old ones still remain. It's
The
still
old
honorable
rule never
member.
anywhere says that any human being must be called honorable.
Honorable
It
member.
just says never call any member by his or her first
Honorable
name.
Kadi, can you please just say honorable and we proceed with your speech?
That one is not going to be said. The rule never says we must call any human being honorable, chairperson of the session. It's very unfair. Maybe you can refer this to the table and
Can you please finish your speech, honorable member?
now we are talking.
I'm back to this matter.
We therefore, in conclusion, EFF once more reiterates its position that we reject this budget vote 38 of human settlement. And we call on our people, not only as we reject this budget vote, we call on our people on the 3rd of August
Honorable
to reject
member,
all
your
political
time is
parties
up.
and vote the EFF into
Honorable
office.
House Chair.
And we thank you very much.
Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair.
Honorable member, yes?
Yes.
Honorable Kadi,
Honorable
it's
House
a new
Chair.
member who's coming.
What is the order? Part? It's
Order,
not about
Honorable
me.
Kadi. I've already called Honorable Stole. Your time is up.
I've got a right of reply if she speaks that one.
Honorable Kadi, can you please take your seat? Honorable member.
Honorable Chair, I maintain to say that we don't have Messi Sisulu.
Honorable-
Messi Sisulu
Honorable
is her
member,
mother. Is her mother, not her.
I did rule on that matter. I will come back to it. Honorable Stole.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Kadi, can you please take your seat on that matter? I've already ruled.
No, it's another matter.
What is the matter?
The honorable member, I don't know what is her position in the Gupta cabinet. Next
All right,
to the
honorable member.
Next to the minister. She says, I am not normal.
Honorable
is
member.
it parliamentary for that human being to call me I'm not
Honorable
normal?
member, can you please take a seat?
Chairperson, can you make a ruling? Is it parliamentary what she said?
Order, honorable member, can you please take your seat? Honorable member, who's the member you are referring to firstly?
Next to the Minister of Housing, Mrs. Sisulu. I don't know her. I've never seen her even during our time in the Liberation Front.
Honorable
She's very
Kadi,
useless.
can you please take your seat? Honorable Kota, did you say anything like that?
Order, Chair.
This house is not going to continue. Let's
Order, Chair.
Honorable Kadi, Honorable Kadi, Honorable Kadi, Honorable Kadi, Honorable Kadi, can you take your seat? When the chair asks the member after taking an order, and the member disputes the fact the only tool we have to check whether or not such statement was made is Hansard. And I will refer on Hansard and come back to this house. Honorable member?
Honorable Hlophe talk in case you forgot. That honorable minister, she even said, that honorable deputy minister, I don't know if it's honorable, there's honorable thing about her. Because she said, those people who filled the Orlando Stadium are people who are smoking nyope. And the whole deputy minister.
Honorable member.
So she's chacharak, she's undermining people of South Africa as a deputy minister. Because we are losing power. People are saying it's true, you're losing power.
Honorable Hlophe, can you please take your seat? Can we proceed with Honorable Stole?
Chairperson of the session.
Yes,
With
sir.
due respect, I'm not an ordinary member of whatever organization. I'm a secretary
So what's
general.
the point of order are you
The point
raising?
of order is that if she does not withdraw that now, we can be far worse than her even
Honorable-
now, and in fact, the
Honorable
session not
Kadi.
continue. Can you
Honorable
please
Kadi,
prevail on her?
order. Honorable Kadi, I asked the member in front of you and she disputed.
No, you can even ask the minister and people who are
Honorable
seated
Kadi,
next to her there.
You know the rules.
She knows the
You
rules.
know
You must
the
ask
rules.
her.
You know the rules. When a member disputes, you can't force her except checking on Hansard and coming back
She
to room.
did not speak on the mic.
Can you
will
please
never
take your
find
seat?
it on the Hansard.
Can you take your seat?
But for now, can you ask her again
I
if she
cannot.
still stands by that? Can you ask her?
You know the rules, Honorable Kadi.
Chairperson,
Honorable
we are
Kadi.
being disrespected and tortured by that woman
Honorable
there.
Kadi, can you please take your seat?
Can you please first call her to order
Can
to
you
withdraw
take your
those words?
seat? Honorable Kadi, you are actually disturbing the House. You made your point of order. I ruled on your point of order. So can you please take your seat? Honorable Member?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You know,
Yes,
Honorable Chair, it's quite disturbing that the minister is so untruth and lying about it, because even when the Honorable Gadi have raised the point of order, she have said, yes, I did say so. And then still
Honorable
now she's
Law.
denying it. So she must just do the honorable thing, since they are claiming to be honorable and demanding this honorable status, to withdraw what she have done.
Honorable Law, thank you very much. I asked the Deputy Minister in your presence, you were in this House, and she said no. I then ruled that I will look into Hansard and come back, and that's the procedure, there is no other. And I think, and it's not only member who said that, all of you at times do make such statements, and we follow due process, and in this instance we will. Honorable Kaula, can you please raise what point of order you're rising on?
Ngiyabonga sihlalo lapho ngaphambili. Kufana nalento enyawupe. Akufanele sikhombise ukuthi abantu bala eSouth Africa bayacindezelwa ngeziyobiso. Instead ukuthi angabo minister balwa indlela ukuthi iqedwa kanjani bazoyenza itemu lana. Abantu laba abaphilayo abazame ikhambi lokuqeda inyawupo ngoba le nyawupo yayingekho ikhona kusukela kuParty ANC. Ngiyabonga.
Order, ngiyabonga Mama uKhawula njoba ngishilo ukuthi sizobheka ukuthi lelo lunga elikushilo likushilo yini lokho bese siyabiyela kulendlu. Lunga elihloniphekile uShandu. Lunga elihloniphekile Mbatha. Asingayiphindi le ndaba ebesiyikhuluma ngendaba yeIPad. Honorable Stall.
Chair, what did I do now, Chair?
You know what you did. Honorable Stall.
Honorable Chairperson, in his state mandate of the facilitations and creation of sustainable human settlement and improvement to household quality of life, this department has been a sad failure. The incompetent and almost criminal underspending by the Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng, which has now been over 1.2 billion rand being transferred to other provinces by Treasurer at the expense of those citizens in Gauteng, which are without homes, in a set indication of their real state of this department. Recently, additional underspending by Eguruleni in the sum of 3.6 million and City of Cape Town in the sum of 150 million rand reflect a department with no sense of urgency. In eThekwini, the Urban Settlement Development Grant reported massive backlogs in informal settlement areas. The metro is simply not moving with any kind of speed in addressing services delivery challenges. And there's a backlog of 400,000 houses, and with those which have received houses. This is lack of access to water, toilets, and electricity. Generally speaking, sanitation and water backlog also remain higher and affecting the quality of life of many of those resident in metros. Planning in these metros remains a disaster. The continuing situation regarding pit toilets in South Africa is a tragedy. How many times since 2007 have been held to listen to the empty words of government promising eradication of pit toilet from South Africa? Yet almost 10 years later, we still have this assault on human dignity, littering our informal settlement, in spite of receiving USDG grant from national spheres. Capacity grant were also received, but no improvement noted. Where is monitoring and evaluation system from the department? Backyard dwellers are in a similar crisis. With no department policy in place, why are these people being ignored? The ongoing crisis and loss of skill retention in the Department of Human Settlement, which is evidenced by the number of very senior positions that are being currently filled in only acting capacity, necessitate steps that must be immediately implemented to ensure skills, stability, and senior levels in the department. The shocking state of hostels in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal remain the stain of this department and the government. How people can be expected to live in conditions that are not even fit for animals in quite beyond me. And we, as the IFP, we once again call upon the minister to urgently prioritize the upliftment of condition at our hostels. Okunye nje ngifuna ukuthi ngikwedlulisela ukuthi kunesimo esibucayi lapha kulabantu abahlala kuma informal settlement njalo uma uthi uyabheka bahlala lapho nengulube engakwazi ukuhlala khona. The Inkatha Freedom Party support this budget vote and support the department free. The Inkatha Freedom Party support this budget vote and support a department free from Gupta influence. And we hope this minister does too and is not here say as a Gupta appointees. Ngicabanga ukuthi uminister ohloniphekile oqhamuke emndenini ohloniphekile uzokwazi ukuthi izinto azikhulumayo zenzeke ngoba izinto ayikhulumayo ngo-2014 sekube manje eyiningi lazo akazenzeke. Ngiyathokoza.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, Minister Lindiwe Sisulu, Ministers Nomvula Mokonyane and Naledi Pando, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, MECs, Honorable Members of Parliament and honored guests, Chairs and CEOs of housing institutions, and all senior managers of the Department of Human Settlements, led by the Director General, Mbulelo Changana. Allow me to greet you all this afternoon. We are having this budget vote as we celebrate delivery of 4.3 million houses and housing opportunities since 1994. It is very clear that the Breaking New Ground policy is bearing fruit. It is important to note that the government has made significant strides in the area of providing shelter to those in need. But despite this success story, a lot more still is being done as we speak in order to alleviate the plight of many who are still without shelter. As we all know, that housing is a moving target. Women development. The Department of Human Settlements' contribution to the empowerment of women in South African economy is based on promoting access to economic opportunities for women in the construction industry. The promotion of women empowerment in human settlements value chain is done by allocating 30% of the departmental capital budget to women-owned contractors. This year we are commemorating 60 years of the March to the Union buildings. Chairperson, we also marked the International Women's Day, the March 8th, and it was addressed by our stalwarts, Mildred Lysia and Amy Thornton, with the Deputy Minister of DERCO. The department implements the Women's Build Initiative in order to mark these events. These projects mobilize women, both entrepreneurs and non-skilled, to take part in the national campaign. Women-owned construction companies are given opportunity to build 1956 housing units across all provinces. But I must state categorically clear that not all provinces have heeded to this call. However, we'll continue putting pressure. The 2015 Women's Build project was hosted by Limpopo.
Just a second, Deputy Minister. Mark Howell.
Angiyabonga sihlalo. Bengisacela ukubuza lapha ngaphambili ku Deputy Minister umbuzo ngenithule nini. Khona umbuzo nje ngifuna ukubuza kuyena nje obekhuluma lapha ngendaba zezindlu nabantu besifazane.
Ungabuza yini? Ufuna ukubuza uDeputy
Yes,
Minister?
baba.
No.
Are you ready to take a question?
No.
She's not ready to take a
Ah,
question.
uyangisaba mntanami.
Thank you very much. Just sit down, proceed.
The project was led by women contractors under the leadership of Sawik and the MEC Makurupeche in Limpopo. In Free State, houses were handed over on August the 9th by the President of the Republic and the Premier. These houses were very big and they are of very good quality. In Northwest, houses were built by Sawick. The Sawick contractor who built them has since passed on. May her soul rest in peace. She died on a car accident. I also had an opportunity to visit housing projects in Free State Province in Welkom and Bloemfontein. I also handed over houses in Limpopo Province in Taupola Village. I was impressed by the quality. In Gauteng, the province has launched the 1956 project in Olivensbush, giving women contractors to build those houses. Just keep quiet. In Mpumalanga, there's also a lot of work that's been done on women development. In addition, 3 provinces, namely Northwest. and
Just hold on a
I
second.
don't want the stupid phone.
Yes, Paulson, order. Paulson, what's your point?
I just want to ask the Deputy Minister if the beneficiaries in Marikana actually moved into those houses.
Okay. Do you want
No,
to take a question?
no.
No? She doesn't want to answer that one?
In addition, 3
Thank you very much.
provinces, namely Northwest, Limpopo, and Gauteng, have signed memorandum of understanding with South African women in construction for the joint implementation of 1956 housing projects and enterprise development. I also opened houses in Shanguva where
On a point of order,
houses were
Chairperson.
contracted by.
On a point of order, Chairperson. On a point of order, Chairperson, may I address you?
Yes, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to check, Chairperson, is it parliamentary for a member to come and read an old, empty, recycled speech?
Thank you very much. It's not a point of order. Can you sit down? Proceed, Deputy Minister.
In Soshanguve, houses
Point of order, Chair.
constructed by contractors, amongst who
Point of
who
order,
were
Chair.
women contractors. To mention a few,
Just hold on.
Naturena Construction Company, which is mining sandstone.
Minister, just hold on.
Mhleni women-owned construction company supplying
Minister.
concrete. Companies using energy-efficient methods.
Just hold on,
Washa
Deputy
and Saint Gobain. Madmong, which is a youth contractor.
Deputy Minister, just hold on a
Zora
second.
Khan Project, which is a woman-owned engineering consulting company,
Deputy
which is
Minister.
youth-owned. And
Deputy
Isa
Minister.
Consulting, another youth-owned company. And,
Whoa. Minister.
and Kopano Creatives,
Order.
which have won the government Begi Human Settlement Awards for the best
Deputy
woman
Minister.
contractor last year.
Point of order.
This group pledged to work together and to
When
support
are you
each
sorting
other
out the
in
Marikana housing
accelerating
mess?
Housing delivery for the poor.
Order,
This
Deputy
year,
Minister.
2016,
This is order. Just hold on a second. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you very
what
much,
are you standing
Chairperson.
on?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes.
Is the Honorable Deputy Minister willing to take a question? When are you
Okay,
sorting
just
out the
hold on, just
Marikana
hold on.
housing mess?
Honorable Mbata, just hold on and let's get the response from the Deputy Minister. Are you willing to take a question? She's not willing to take a question. Can you sit down, Honorable Mbata? Thank you very much.
honorable
Can you
members, this year,
Just proceed.
the Women's Bill will take place in Nelson Mandela Metro. It will be preceded by the women in Daba. Siyayithatha in Nelson Mandela, siyayithatha.
Order, allow the Deputy Minister to proceed.
There are many
On a
women
point of order,
contractors.
Chairperson. On a point of order, Chairperson. On a point of order, may I
Honorable
address you,
Law.
Chairperson?
Yes, what's your point of order?
Yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to check with you yet again, and I will understand if you have to refer back on Hansard because you don't chair the House frequently, so you may not know.
What's your point of
the
order?
The Deputy Minister, the Deputy Minister have undermined your ruling. You have continued, Honorable Mbata have raised on a point of order. She continued with her speech. And the more you said to her, please, it's a point of order. She continued. So she undermined your ruling. So can you please, I would like you to look into it so the necessary rules of Parliament can be followed on the Deputy Minister.
No,
So, thank you, thank you.
no, thanks for the advice. Can you continue, Deputy Minister?
There are many women contractors who are doing very good job. In this regard, I would like to congratulate Dr. Tandi Ndlovu, who is one of those leading women contractors,
Deputy
for
Minister.
achieving grade 9 CIDP level.
Just hold on, Deputy Minister. Honorable Pando.
Chairperson, I regret
Order.
to interrupt the excellent speech of my colleague, the Deputy Minister.
Order.
However,
Can you allow me to hear the point of
I
order?
do wish to request, Chairperson, that in terms of the rules, you investigate the conduct of the members who are using frivolous interruptions of points of order to interfere with the conduct of the debate. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We'll do so. Can you proceed, Deputy Minister?
Okay, Youth Build program is a cornerstone of our work also. It was created to mark June 16, 1976. This year will be marking 40 years of June 16. Through this program, department is highlighting the fact that those struggles and sacrifices were not in vain. Last year, we commemorated June 16 in Vicksburg, Free State, where 100 units were built by the youth. A special house was built for a 103-year-old elderly. She has since passed away. May her soul rest in peace. also.
Chairperson, before we continue, can you just wake at sleepers up over there?
Just hold
She's
on.
sleeping.
Just-
That
Honorable-
one is sleeping there.
Honorable
Chairperson,
Paulsen.
you must wake her.
Honorable
She's sleeping
Paulsen.
with taxpayers' money. Look at her.
Honorable
You must wake
Paulsen.
her up.
Honorable-
She's sleeping.
Honorable Paulsen. Order. Order, honorable members.
Chairperson, wake her.
Order.
Is there a problem?
Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Paulsen.
Chairperson,
Honorable
she can't come
Paulsen.
and sleep on taxpayers' time here. She must
Honorable,
sleep on her own time.
Honorable Paulsen. Order.
Yes, Chair.
Order. Order. While we appreciate you appointing a member that's sleeping, but you cannot continue and speak without expecting the chairperson
I was
to
trying to
respond.
wake her. She was
Thank-
sleeping. She was catching flies.
Thank you very much. Can you sit down? Can you
Chairperson,
sit down? Honorable members.
House Chair,
Honorable members.
rise on a point of order, House Chair.
Order. No.
Rise on a point
Just,
of order.
just sit down for now because the honorable member there stood long before you.
Okay.
Okay. But honorable members, you should understand that I also have a responsibility as a chair to protect members from frivolous points of orders that seeks
he have the time?
to disturb the speaker on the podium. What's your point of order, honorable member?
Chairperson, the point of
not
order
interfere with
is
my time.
silalele la ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha. Kunganjani ukuthi uDeputy Minister abafunde bonke abashonile kanye kanye so that sizokwazi ukuthi silandele into yakhe ngoba uyasiconfuse.
Okay, sit down. That's not a point of order.
Chair,
Yes, that.
since you noted me,
Yes. What's your point of order?
I rise on a point of order.
Yes.
And the point of order is, I blame it all on you. The fact that the member of the ANC on that bench fell asleep. I blame it on you. And you know why? You have allowed the deputy minister to read what a member of the EFL referred to as a recycled, outdated statement. And on the basis of that, all members of the ANC fell asleep.
Thank you very
I
much.
blame it on you.
Thank you very
Unless
much. Order.
Honorable Chair,
It's not a point of order.
it's a
Can you
point
sit
of
down,
order. You're allowing recycled and outdated statement
Can-
to be raised, to be
Can you
written
sit
here.
down, honorable member? It's not a point of order. You
Oh,
also
it's a
know
point of
yourself.
order.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Pando.
Again, Chairperson, I refer you to the rules. An honorable member
Order.
An honorable member cannot willfully mislead the House. Thus, I would ask that in terms of the accusation directed at the Deputy Minister, you investigate whether indeed this is an outdated speech and you rule on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the table staff to assist us on this. Honorable members, can we allow the Deputy Minister to complete her speech? Can we allow her to complete her speech? Honorable members, can we stop asking frivolous points of orders? That seeks to stop the Deputy Minister from completing her speech. Thank you very much. Can you allow the Deputy Minister to proceed with her speech?
House Chair,
Yes, what's your point of order?
may I address you?
What's your point of order?
I think this matter will be better placed in your caucus. Advise your members that retirement is allowed.
Honorable Mkauzi.
Members must retire and
Honorable
members
Mkauzi.
must go home. Go home, take care of your grandchildren.
Honorable
go
Mkauzi,
home.
can you sit down?
We can't be exposed to this.
Honorable
Members sleeping
Mkauzi.
all the time in the house. No.
Honorable Mkauzi, sit down, as I believe. Honorable Shope, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. Chair. Hey.
Order.
Page choirs, can you
Order,
just-
honorable members.
Chair.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Shope, what's your point of order?
My point of order, Chair, I'm worried you didn't rule on the member who was sleeping. Is it parliamentary for ANC members to sleep in the house? That's why you're losing members all the time. People are rejecting you because you come to parliament and you sleep.
Honorable
And you
Shope.
as the chair, you don't even rule on that one.
Honorable-
Please rule.
Honorable-
People have voted here for ANC to be here.
Honorable
They come
Shope,
here
can you
and
sit
sleep. As the chair, you don't say
You have made
anything.
your
Is
point.
it parliamentary?
You have made your point. Can you sit down? We'll attend to that matter. Can you proceed, Deputy Minister? Can you allow the Deputy Minister to complete her speech? Proceed.
Do you want me to continue? Chairperson, the youth build took place also in Danzane and in Alwal North. It is important to note that the empowerment of the youth is what brings about good governance. Because the youth definitely need to be empowered for them to be citizens of Deloitte. They can't be wasted. There is a need for intensification of youth-oriented learning and service programs, which are aimed at promoting constructive civic engagement. Youth Brigade is part and parcel of this program. Last year, the department recruited 200 unemployed youth in Port Elizabeth and Cape Town. The youth that completed the program is placed in the catalytic projects for theoretical and technical skills training, and also placed with HGA in order for them to gain on-exit opportunities. During this month, 2015, August, I had opportunity to visit youth in Tabanchu and observe the caliber and commitment of these young cadres. I also participated in their graduation ceremony in Saldanha, and Minister officiated the final handover in Nelson Mandela, Port Elizabeth. Chairperson, in celebrating Mandela Day, we hosted youth camp in Qunu in Eastern Cape. We were warmly received by the chiefs in the area. We bought 2 buses from the Western Cape, from Danune and Atlantis, with their teachers. Some of these people were in the rural area for the very first time. Their teachers were very excited with the matric results because these students performed very, very well.
The time has now expired.
On our
Deputy Minister.
my time.
Thank you very much.
Give me 1 minute, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Yes, yes. The department has continued to make strides in enhancing capacity
Honorable Deputy
initiatives in the
Minister, time
sector.
has expired.
Negotiations for high-level partnerships
Order.
with university. That is University of Forte,
Thank you very
University
much.
of UNISA, Nelson Mandela
Thank you very
University.
much.
We continue with good work.
Order.
Pansi, EFF, Pansi.
Order. Thank you very much. Thank you. Order. Order, honorable members. Can I now call Honorable Memezi?
House Chair, ministers and deputy ministers present,
House Chair.
distinguished guests in the public gallery,
House
all
Chair.
officials from the Department of Human
Honorable
Settlement and
Memezi.
other departments.
Honorable Memezi, just a second. Yes, Ndati, what's your point of order?
Intangam ke le emelang. Intangam. I want to put a question to Honorable Memeza before he even start with his speech.
Okay, just hold on a second.
Want to put
Just
a
hold on
question.
a second.
And I also want
Just
to
hold on a second.
I want to see if he will take my
Hold
question.
hold on a second. Honorable Memezi, do you want to take a question?
No.
Okay, he's not ready to take a question. Thank you very much. Can you sit down? Proceed, Honorable Memezi.
To you all, the people of South Africa at home, siyanibulisa. On behalf of the Human Settlement Portfolio and on behalf of the people of South Africa, in particular the poor masses, we hereby call upon this House to support the approval of this 2016 Human Settlement Budget Vote 38. The strategic plans from the MTF period and its annual performance plan from 2016 to 2017 as presented. We are going to advance compelling reasons why we must all support it. But first things first, we must honor and salute those who sacrifice their most and only precious gifts, which is their lives, for all of us to be enjoying this freedom. Indeed, this freedom was never free. It came at a huge price. Let us remember the 69 Sharpeville heroes that were murdered by the white apartheid regime, the Kwalanga massacre, and one of the less spoken about horrendous barbaric killings happened on 6 June 1960 was that of the 11 Pondo men and who
On a
were
point of order,
annihilated
Chairperson.
by the spot
On a
at the
point of
spot
order,
at
Chairperson.
Enguza Hill in the remote rural areas of Lusikisiki. And as if that
On a
was
point
not
of order,
enough,
Chairperson.
Just a second.
May I
Honorable
address
Law,
you,
what's your point
Chairperson?
of order?
May I address you? May I address you, Chair?
I would like a point of order.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I'm just
Order.
I'm pointing you to Rule 50, Honorable Chair, that talks about irrelevance. We are here on a budget speech.
Okay.
And then that member is clearly not talking about the budget.
I have
So
heard you.
Can we just remind him
I've heard you.
that
Maybe
we are
we should
here on
dress
human
you.
Thank you very
settlement
much.
and the budget. We
Thank
must
you very
discuss
much,
the
Honorable
budget.
Law. You have
Thank
made your point. Your point of order is not sustained. Can you proceed, Honorable Memes?
as if that was not enough, that was followed in 1962 by the brutal killing by hanging in the Pretoria maximum prison of another 30 Pondo men from the same region in the rural areas of Lusikisiki and Bizana. And their only sin was the longest peaceful revolt demanding this freedom and their rightful king. Xa sicela inyani amadlagutsha asenzakalisile kakhulu thina
On
ndlu
order, House
emnyama. Ngexesha kulawula bona
House Chair, on a point of
kwakunzima. Umntu omnyama wayebanjwa abulawe kungabi ndaba zalutho.
Honorable
Abantwana
Memezi.
bethu namaqembu ovuka
Chair.
engceni.
Honorable Memezi.
On a
just
point
a
of
second.
order.
Order. Honorable Mkaus.
House Chair.
Order.
This member comes here and grandstand and talk about the killings of the people. He himself knocked down in Gauteng a 14-year-old and killed that person.
Honorable Mkaus.
How dare he come
Honorable-
here and grandstand?
Honorable Mkaus.
No, we can't be listening to rejects here.
Honorable Mkaus.
This is a total reject.
Can you sit down?
Now sit down.
Can you sit down? Honorable members, Honorable members, when you stand on a point of order, your point of order must relate to the point of procedure. Please, can we just stop asking for frivolous point of orders? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you proceed, Honorable Memes?
Abantwana bethu namaqembu ovuka engceni mabafundiswe ngemvelaphi yenkululeko yeli lizwe.
Just a second. What are you standing on, Ba?
I am very mindful, but quite certain number of things cannot just be allowed to go by. The member who just sat down has said that Honorable Memezi has killed people. I would request you to check Hansard and then to make a ruling in that regard, because in the event that there is such, the Honorable member of the EFF knows only too well that she should do that through a substantive motion. That's one thing. And the last thing, Honorable House Chair, I think that this debate is very, very important. Our people throughout the country are waiting to hear what the government and the state is going to do for their housing. I suggest that, House Chair, you now have got to rule. If you've got to eject Izipol out of this house, so be it, because the people need to hear what the debate is all about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you very much. I think we'll check that, and then we'll be advised by the table staff. Yes. Order. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Mukaus, did you say what has been alleged you have said? Honorable Mukaus. Honorable Mukaus. I'm saying, have you said that the honorable member has killed people? Can you respond to what I'm asking you?
Point of order, Chair.
You haven't said.
Point of
Honorable
order,
Mbat,
Chair.
I'm still speaking to Honorable Mkaus. There is no confusion. I
point of
know
order.
Honorable Mkaus.
Yeah.
Please, can I address Honorable Mkaus? Honorable Mbata, just sit down. Honorable Mkaus, have you said what is alleged that you have said?
I said a child.
Have you said that he has killed people?
Uh-uh.
Thank you very
It
much.
means you are not listening,
Thank you very much.
Chairperson. You really need to concentrate.
Thank you very much. Sit down. We will check on Hansard and then we'll respond to that. Thank you very much. Honorable members, South Africans out there, they want to hear how this parliament wants to actually provide houses for them. And our guests up there, they want to hear exactly what is happening underneath here in terms of substance. Can we try and maintain the dignity that you're supposed to maintain and allow our guests to hear properly what the debate is about, and our people out there to home also to hear what is happening about the provision of their houses? Can we allow Honorable Memezi then to continue? Thank you very much.
I therefore dedicate this budget speech to all those heroes who were murdered and paid the ultimate price by their lives for us to be enjoying this freedom. And please, let's not mess it. It came at a big price. In line with the ANC's Freedom Charter, we are saying there shall be houses, security, and comfort. And further, the ANC manifesto, the human settlements budget continue to heal the wounds caused by apartheid regime by restoring the dignity of many South Africans who are found homeless in many informal settlements and also are called backyard dwellers all over our townships. This budget talks to and addresses the plight of everybody, including the lower middle class, the teachers, the nurses, the policemen and women, and our soldiers, the army, and many other workers in government department and municipalities, including mine workers earning above the RDP housing subsidy qualification between 3,501 to 15,000 through programs such as FLIPS, DFIs, or gap market. As per the direction from our president, President J.G. Zuma Ungamalala, this budget accelerates the integration and sustainable human settlement and improve the socio-economic conditions of people even in the mining areas. Already, the programs are moving ahead in 15 mining towns in 5 provinces that were prioritized for revitalization of the distressed mining communities. The program also includes the participation of mining houses in the various projects, such as conversion of mine hostels to decent family units, donation of land for housing development for integration of workers and neighboring communities. There are also some key projects in labor sending areas. Bantu bakuthi, isebe lezezindlu liyawenza umqela walo. Abanamehlo okubona bayabona. Lonke ilizwe, yonke indawo, abantu bahleli ezindlwini zamahala ngoba uhulumende we-ANC uyenza. Xa abanye bexakekile ngezithuko nezenyeliso, thina siyaqhuba. Sitshintsha impilo zabantu bakuthi. Xa singekafiki kuwe, neyakho imini, nendlu yakho iyeza. Yiba nethemba, ungantantazeli, ungoyiki ngokoyikiswa. Asifikanga sigalelekile, votela i-ANC, hayi amaqembu omlilo wendiza. Atshisa ngoku, aphinde aphele kwangoku, kodwa ukhongolose yena umile, bonke bayamkhonkotha, bayabona siyenza. Akuzozindlu kuphela. Nabantwana bomzi ontsundu balala bedlile kwezi zindlu zethu ze-RDP. Ngoku sesinabo nabantwana asebengogqirha baphuma kwezi zindlu. Abanye bavela eCuba befundiswa yile ANC kaMtholozi. Bantwana bethu zimiseleni ngemfundo. Ezokonwaba gqibelani ngazo. Lama-RDP houses sisiqalo sempilo engcono. Imfundo mayihambe phambili.
Order, Honorable Memezi. Honorable Memezi, just a second.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Law, what's your point of order?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Order, Honorable
it's
members.
no surprise that you didn't hear me because it's exactly why I'm rising, Honorable Chair. Is it parliamentary for the member to scream at the mic? I mean, he must just pace his sound. He's screaming and that makes it very hard to hear what he actually wants to say. We understand that he's speaking emptiness, but we want to hear his emptiness, but he's screaming.
Thank you, Honorable Law.
Please, can you address
Thank you, Honorable Law. If he's in top gear, then there is nothing we can do. We can't stop him. And then, thank you, Honorable Memezi. Can you proceed?
Sesinabo nabamnyama asele beqhuba amabhanoyi nezitimela zolwandle ngenxa kakhongolose basuka kuzo kanye ezizindlu. Since 1994 to date, 4.3 million South Africans sebehlele ezindlini zabo. Bangomastende thanks to ANC ka Oliver Tambo. And over 20 million people have benefited. Indeed, we have made enormous strides in this area. The ANC government has also electrified households, even in informal settlement and across our remote rural areas. Kuyakhanya, abanamehlo okubona bayabona. Unyaka nonyaka izindlu eziyi-60,000 kuni bantu belizwe lethu bayasithuka kodwa bona abenzi kwanto nendlu ebebeyakhile enkandla yonakala thina asipheli mandla siyaqhuba.
Honorable Memezi, let's hear. Order, honorable members. Honorable Mkauzo, why standing?
Honorable House Chair,
Order.
we understand that Memezi misses the blue lamps and the luxury life. But really, there's no point for him to come and canvass. To come and canvass for a position like this. We
Order,
all know
Honorable-
that his president is a corrupt
Honorable Mkauzi.
president. There is no point.
Honorable
There is
Mkauzi,
no point
that's
really.
not a point of order. Can you sit down? Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair.
Can you stop asking spurious points of order?
Honorable Chair, even if Umemezi
Honorable-
can
Honorable-
shout and
Honorable
scream, Paul
Shope.
Mashatile is there now.
Honorable Shope.
So he can't go back. So
Honorable House
we are
Chairperson,
here to
on
be
a point of
reject
order.
forever.
Can you
You
sit
can
down?
scream
Honorable
and
Honorable
shout,
Shope,
we
can you
reject
sit down?
forever. Paul Mashatile is there now. You
Order.
don't have a chance.
Honorable Shope, can you sit down? Thank you very much. Can you
Honorable
proceed, Honorable Member?
House Chairperson.
We have upgraded 95,000 households in informal settlement, have eradicated hundreds. 750,000 households will benefit from the scaling up of our informal settlement upgrading program,
Can you round up in
ensuring
1
basic
minute?
services and infrastructure in about 2,200 informal settlement. We have even increased access to basic sanitation services from 62.3% in 2002 to 79.5% in 2014. We are going to accelerate the transfer of all title deeds for subsidy units, even in many old and long-finished housing projects, such as Ngobile Township near Kagiso in Mogale City. We want to condemn strongly political parties that instigate the influence innocent, unsuspecting, disparate people to invade housing projects and land. That is political opportunism at its best. And that is depriving deserving people from the same communities who have waited patiently
Thank you.
in the government waiting
Your time
list
has
for
expired.
many years.
Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Can we now call Honorable M.L. Shelembe? Can you give Honorable Shelembe time to address us? Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson, access to adequate housing is a basic right enshrined in Section 26 of our Constitution, and it is the mandate of the Department of Human Settlement to put in place reasonable measures to achieve the progressive realization of this right. It is estimated that 63% of South Africans live in urban areas, and the relentless pace of urbanization is leading to the mushrooming of informal settlement as the government fails to provide adequate housing. We currently have more than 13% of our urban population living in informal settlement, and the numbers are growing day by day with no coherent plan of action by the government to create conducive living conditions for people to remain in rural areas. The department has been allocated with 30.69 billion for the 2016-2017 financial year, which is wholly inadequate to meet the demand for adequate housing
Order,
of our
honorable
people.
members, can we allow Shelembe to address us? Thank you
In-
very much.
In
Proceed.
particular, the poorest of the poor. The NFP is encouraged that 97.6% of the total budget is allocated to the Housing Development Finance Program. We also note with dismay that the department is still making provision for consultants and other advisory services under its administration program rather than employ suitable qualified people and in the process, retain skills within the department. In addition, the department is budgeting for an increase in its expenditure of compensation of employees, which is way above the inflation rate at 12.1%. Similarly, The budget for advertising is increased by 13.8%. Chairperson, this is scandalous. The NFP believes that we don't need better paid public servants, and we don't need lavish adverts singing the praises of the department and the minister. We need houses for our people. We need a department redevelopment program for hostels to be kickstarted urgently because overcrowding, violence, illegal occupation, and illegal renting of beds continue at our hostel in living conditions, which are not fit for human habitation. We also believe that the department should consider its current formal housing model, which favors low-rise individual units of housing. If we look at other countries which had to deal with rapid urbanization, it is notable that high-rise housing was embraced to great effect. Finally, Chairperson, the NFP calls upon the department to ensure that municipalities allocate low-cost housing to people in a transparent and just manner. It is a common knowledge that the ANC membership is an informal prerequisite for access to housing in many ANC-controlled municipalities, which is a disgrace. The Constitution is very clear. Everyone has a right to adequate housing, not only ANC members or military veterans. And it is the responsibility of the department to ensure that this right is extended to every South African who is deserving it. Okunye-ke efresi kusho ukuthi abantu bengalokothi bavotele lamaqembu alwayo la endlini, bavotele iqembu le-LFP ngoba yilona elizobasiza kunalomsindo la endlini.
On that
I
point,
support the party.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you now call Honorable Kada? I just hope that I pronounce your surname correctly.
Thank you, Chairperson. I did not realize that the honorable member, Memezi, can be this dramatic. Minister, with regards to your promise of delivering 1.5 housing opportunities during your term of office, I will today focus on informal settlements upgrading plan. According to this plan, Minister, you promised to upgrade 2,200 informal settlements and 750,000 households would be provided with basic services. The department also identified 444 informal settlements plans to be developed. Currently, the department has planned to conduct feasibility studies in 500 informal settlements, 9 human settlement upgrading plans developed, 175,000 households upgraded into phase 2. I must stress our disappointment, Minister, that most of the ANC-led municipalities did not have a plan to upgrade the informal settlements. It became clear, Minister, that some of these municipalities do not take your call seriously. Minister, as the DA, would like to express our concerns on issues related to bulk infrastructure, especially in Dark City, Zitobeni, Kliptown informal settlements, and parts of Mamelodi, and whether there were plans to deal with this. Projects were said to fail due to absence of bulk infrastructure. It was not clear, Minister, why this is the case. The committee requested that this issue be unpacked for better understanding. Would like to know, Minister, which informal settlements were to be cleared or upgraded, and what were the plans for the area called Sitlwehla informal settlement. The issue of Slovo Park informal settlement, though, is sub judice, but it seems like there are no clear plans on how to deal with the court judgment which ordered both the city of Johannesburg and the province to upgrade the informal settlement. Minister, the city of Cape Town has done a study to assess all the informal settlements across the metro and come up with a detailed report on the informal settlement that are upgradable and those not upgradable. The challenge facing the city of Cape Town is the issue of land that national departments need to release. The following pieces of land, Minister, the city is still waiting for national department to respond. That is the Wingfield, Youngsfield, F117 on N7, and the areas of Bokap. Talking about land identification and acquisition, Minister, which is in line with the MTSF, it is concerning that there is no budgeting for land identification and acquisition in most of the municipalities. In other municipalities, Minister, this function falls in another department and human settlement does not have control over. This poor planning has severe implications in terms of housing service delivery. The committee was also concerned about the role of Housing Development Agency in the identification of well-located land for human settlements. This was because some provinces were struggling to identify and acquire land owned by other sister departments such as Public Works and Defense. I am asking you, Minister, to intervene with your counterparts so that we can accelerate housing service delivery. I must also commend, though, the work done by HDA in other provinces to assist in terms of accelerate housing delivery. Minister, the issue of title deeds, as you rightly mentioned, is still a serious issue. According to the department plans, 900,000 title deeds backlog still to be eradicated. The issue of title deed, especially in KZN, was raised as a matter of concern as the targets were not reflecting the existing backlog. This was an indication that the issue was not a priority for both the metro and the province. It became clear, Minister, that this important task is not taken seriously by some of the municipalities. I would like to commend, though, the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape Provincial Government for excelling in this area. It is important to note that according to the report from the National Department of Human Settlement, the City of Cape Town is leading in terms of title deed eradication because where DA governs, it governs very well. Chairperson, if I cannot touch my colleague, chairperson of the portfolio, much as she's wearing a nice color, the blue, blue is a nice color, but she came here, I was very disappointed because she knows the challenges facing human settlement. But I believe that she came here to come and canvass for the ANC. I would like the minister to respond to the toilet city in Nelson Mandela. And whether then the deputy minister said, whether they are grouping in Nelson Mandela Metro. So I ask the people to vote for change on the 3rd of August 2016. They must vote for the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now call upon Honorable Mganga Kabashe to
Thank you, Chairperson. Members of the Extended Committee, Public Committee, present here. Izihambeli zethu, our guests in the gallery, and all citizens of our country. Sanibonani. The ANC supports this budget vote 38 of the Human Settlements Department. Siyimekela ngoba isabelo mali esizokwenza ngcono izimpilo zabantu lapha eMzansi. Uhulumeni oholwa yi-ANC wenze ushintsho ezimpilweni zabantu ngokuletha izindawo zokuhlala ezihloniphekile kwizinkulungwane zabantu base-South Africa. Silethe izindlu ezingaphezulu kuka-4 million zikhokhelwa uhulumeni selokhu ANC yabusa. By doing so, we provided housing opportunities and thereby giving a home to over or almost 20 million South Africans. Lokhu kulethe isithunzi kule mindeni eminingi kuhlanganisa nabantwana futhi kuletha ikhaya elifudumele elinamanzi, izindlu zangasese ezihanjiswa ngamanzi, ugesi, kweminye imizi sayisafaka namagiza. Imizi eminingi bathole nomhlaba kungowabo kwakungenzeki ngesikhathi sobandlululo. Bathola ama title deed. I-ANC government iyaqhuba. Lesi sabelo mali kanye nesonyaka wezimali ka-2015-2016 unikeze imali ukusiza omasipala abakhulu metros ukuze bathuthukise infrastructure yokuletha ama-basic services, and it is outlined by the outcome 8 of the National Development Plan. The ANC 53rd National Conference directed its government to provide sustainable human settlement in order to improve the quality of life. Ngokwakhiwa kwazo zonke lezi zidingo zabantu kulethe imisebenzi eminingi engaphezulu kuka 160,000 kakhulu nokutholakala kwamakhono kubantu bakithi ukubasiza ukuthola eminye imisebenzi yamakhono ngoba basuke sebenesipiliyoni futhi baqhubeke nokushintsha izimpilo zemindeni yabo ukwenza nesizwe sithuthuke siphile kangcono njengoba umengameli uPresident Zuma asho ngesona. UMinister Sisulu ubeke u30% wemisebenzi okwakhiwa kwezindlu okuholwa izinkampani zabesifazane. Waphinda futhi wabeka u5% otholwe ngabakhubazekile. Futhi wanikeza ama-percentage amakhulu nawo wonke kwintsha ukuthi ikwazi ukungena kumkhakha isebenze kulomkhakha we-construction yezindlu. Lokhu kwehlisa izinga le-unemployment nelokuhlupheka poverty among the youth and the society in general. Siyaqhuba. It is also increases the economy as the SONA directed all departments and our Department of Human Settlements is doing that. This department has been able to negotiate for well-located land that is in the hands of the state through Public Works Department and other parcels of land that are under parastatals to be transferred to certain metros or municipality for the construction and development of housing opportunity close to places of employment that will yield more and more integrated human settlement development. The Housing Development Agency, which is known as HDA, has increased its footprints in the country in order to assist all 9 provinces and municipalities. We urge the Minister to allocate more funds in order to get increased capacity for the execution of the task ahead, to contribute in the building of sustainable communities. The HDA is expected to assist provinces and municipalities in the land banking, of which municipalities are expected to construct services. This is also taking care of the integrated communities in our country, which was fought for by the ANC and other liberation movements. We urge our municipality not to sell these well-located pieces of land for private development. The Housing Development Agency must continue on behalf of the department to identify more located land for the development and assist municipalities in acquiring more land for mega and catalytic projects. In its nature, is supposed to yield high-rise structures and deal with the de-densification. In preparation for the land to be ready for construction of top-up structures, the entity must further engage state entities that own hectares of land, either already settled or vacant, for utilization by the municipality on the development of human settlements.
Yes.
Chairperson, I just want to know if the honourable member knows what she's speaking about, because it's a top structure, not a top-up structure.
Honourable Paulson.
When it comes to housing, it's a top structure, not a top-up
Honourable
structure.
Paulson.
This is not.
Honourable Paulson.
This is not
Honourable
airtime.
Paulson.
You don't top up.
Order.
It's a top structure.
Honourable Paulson.
You must know what you're talking about.
Honourable
Human settlements,
Paulson.
Not airtime.
Honourable Paulson, I thought that we were going to finish up this plenary in a more dignified way. And you have just broken that. Can you just sit down and allow the member to continue?
But
Please,
this
thank
must
you
be
very much.
relevant to the debate on human settlements.
Well, it is not a point of order, that thing that you are raising, Chief. Can you allow the member to complete their speech? Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Siubheke ngamehlo abomvu umthetho ozoqinisekisa i-integrated spatial planning ophoqelela wonke ama-department ukuplana futhi abhajethe imali yezidingo zokuhlaliswa kwabantu kuhambisane nokwalomnyango ukuze zonke izindawo ezithuthukiswayo ziphelele zibe nazo zonke izidingo, amenities, zokwenza impilo engcono. Siyancoma ukuthi kuyenziwa namanje, kodwa umthetho uzophoqa, the legislation izophoqa futhi kwenze nezinga lalokhu linyuke kuma-provinces kanye nakomasipala neminyango esebenzisana nalabo masipala ukudeliver the integrated projects. This department is commended for the improvements delivering houses opportunities in rural areas for the poorest of the poor. Those who can afford small loans being assisted through the Rural Housing Loan Fund provided by the department. The RALF is seen providing other loans through vouchers. This process must be monitored closely by the entity and close all loopholes that were discovered by the then Department of Housing in the issuing of vouchers, which tend to be manipulated by some of the beneficiaries and some of material suppliers and some of hardware shops in order for the allocated funds spent on what is intended to by government and in return get value for money. The inner city development driven by the department and the entity assigned by the minister is expected to increase the provision of rental housing, which is on high demand by those who are in the gap market income band, known as our rental stock. The National Housing Finance Corporation is expected to bring more private sector's funding into the affordable market, which is on demand by public sector employees. Iningi labo kungabasebenzi bakahulumeni. The consolidation of development finance institutions, known as DFIs, as is established to effectively and efficiently deliver on a radical revised housing finance regime, should speedily attend and improve delivery to this market. The minister is commended for taking serious the backlog of the issuing of title deeds by assigning the task to the Estate Agency Affairs Board. We call upon this entity to improve on delivering on their mandate. Having said this, the progress made so far is appreciated. The minister, MECs, and mayors must continue issuing readily available title deeds to our people.
Chairperson.
Order, honorable members. Order. What are you rising on?
Can I address you?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I'll just like to check, is it parliamentary for a whip of the Human Settlement Committee and the chairperson of the Human Settlement Committee, did they check their speeches together? Because according to some rumors and information, the two don't talk. So we just want to check. They are not talking the same thing. They are not talking the same thing. So I just want to check, is it parliamentary?
Honorable Law, I was just about to appreciate the improved levels of dignity in the House. And you have just dealt a blow to that. Please, thank you very much. It is not correct what you are saying, and it's not sustained, and you know that it is frivolous, and it is not correct for you to do that. Please, proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you. We note that estate agency industry is not yet transformed and call upon the minister to come closer to the transformation of this industry through proper legislation. Our people who let or rent or acquire properties through estate agencies are experiencing a number of challenges that come with the non-transformation of this industry, especially in the letting part of the business. The formation of the task team consists of Department of Human Settlements, Justice, State Agency Board, and Human Resource Council to deal with the racism issues, which has been established by the minister, is most welcome. We hope to get its progress report in the portfolio committee as we progress. Lo hulumeni oholwa i-ANC uzwile izikhalo zabantu ngezinye zezindlu ezakhiwa zingabi seqophelweni elidingekayo. Ungqongqoshe ujube i-National Home Builders Registration Council ukuba ibhekane nalo msebenzi nokuqinisekisa iquality yokwakhiwa kwezindlu isebenzise onjiniyela ama-engineers abaqeqeshelwe lolu hlobo lomsebenzi. The NHBRC is expected to provide technical support, which is a challenge to smaller municipalities. Lo msebenzi kuhlanganisa nama-structural engineers abalulekile ukuhlolisisa i-foundation ezothwala indlu. Le entity yalelwa ukuba yenze isiqiniseko sokuthi zonke izinkontilaka nezinkampani ezakhayo zibe registered and comply with the construction industry regulation. Silindele ukuba ingene shi kwi-inspections zezindlu especially of the work done through all milestones of the housing construction. Njengoba benikeza umyalelo ukuphasisa indlu eyakhiwe ngemigomo elindelekile futhi bakhiphe isaziso saloko ngaphambi kokudluliselwa kwendlu kwi-beneficiary. Siyamncoma ungqongqoshe uminister ngalezi zinyathelo zokwenza ngcono ukwakhiwa kwezindlu futhi eqinisekisa ukuthi kuseqophelweni eliphezulu njengoba sonke simbhekile ukuthi njengohulumeni we get value for money. Siyancoma nesinqumo sakhe sokuthi inkampani zibuyiselwe emuva ziyolungisa amaphutha eziwenzile lokade kukhulunywa ngawo i-ratification. Ngoba phela uhulumeni usuke seyikhokhelile abobuyele emuva bona ngeyaba imali bayoyilungisa. Ngeke bathole enye imali eyangeziwe ngoba phela kade bevele sebenekezwe imali ekuqaleni. Silindele imiphumela ye-research on housing innovations nokubhekwa kwezinye izindlela ezingasetshenziswa ekwakhiweni izindlu ikakhulukazi njengoba umhlaba ubhekene nesimo sezulu esifudumele ngokweqile nesomiso kanye nezikhukhula zemvula. Lo hulumeni uholwa i-ANC uyalalela ukusho abantu bakithi njengoba kade bekhala ngendlela i-waiting list yokunikezwa kwezindlu ehamba ngayo. Ungqongqoshe unikeze imali yokulungisa lolu hlelo by department entity that is developing a credible waiting list system which is different from the beneficiaries that is based on the upgrading of informal settlements and relocations. This credible waiting list will go a long way in addressing the so-called jumping the queue. The system should be able to screen those that have benefited through the government subsidy before in one way or another. The system should be linked to Home Affairs in verifying citizenship and deceased applicants. We urge our people to provide proper addresses and contact numbers when registering in order to assist the process. On the expenditure versus delivery, we appreciate that the department has started to report on the work in progress and we call upon the municipality to follow suit in order for the provincial and ultimately national department to report on the funds spent in which expenditure incurred.
The time
This
has expired.
Been an outcry all along. The department iyaqhuba.
Thank you very
And
much.
siyabonga kubantu bakithi
Thank
ukuthi
you.
bayazi ukuthi yabakhela izindlu. U-ANC
Thank
uyaqhuba.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Order. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, Mbata, order. Honorable members, all of you that have debated, you have raised certain points about human settlements. And one hopes that you have raised that on behalf of the people that have voted us here. But then they will need to hear the responses from the minister. Can I call the honorable minister to respond?
Chairperson, I'd like to thank all of those who have contributed positively to this debate. Those who may not have used this opportunity to bring to my attention any of the concerns of their constituencies have lost the opportunity. Because this is the opportunity where we engage on what needs to be done, what has been done, so that we can attend to that which still needs to be done. We are all here appointed for particular purposes, and in this particular area, we're dealing with human settlements. I did hear quite a number of members of the opposition expressing their concern around the squalid conditions of our informal settlements. We are one about that area. That is what we dedicated this day to deal with the poor and the conditions under which they live. That is what I had hoped we would move forward on and deal with. Chairperson, I ask you to protect me to finish this debate.
Mam Kaula, order, Mam Kaula. I did try and request that we should give the minister to respond to the things that we have raised. Please, let us do so in these last 5 minutes in a dignified manner. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Proceed, Minister.
I want to thank those who have supported the vote, and we will continue to ensure that our people get the services that they deserve. For the rest, I want to indicate to the people out there who might have been listening to us that the ANC cares about their condition. The ANC cares that we speedily get to ensuring that every single individual who deserves a house gets a house at the earliest opportunity. I've put it out to all of us to join hands to make sure that we can provide our citizens with the necessary opportunity to get shelter. This is a right that is enshrined in our Constitution.
What are you standing on, Baba?
Well, I'm trying to...
Order, honorable members, let's hear.
I'm trying to hold myself back here and listen to the minister.
Yes.
Perhaps you'll have to guide me. It can't be true that the minister makes a claim that the ANC cares for our people. You know why?
Thank you very much. We have heard you.
There are people...
Can I respond?
There are people who live in
Can I
squatter
respond?
camps for which the ANC
We
has
have heard you.
abandoned,
Can I respond to
has
you?
neglected them for too long.
Give
So
me
I
the
can't
chance
sit
to
here
respond to you.
and listen to the minister
Thank you.
making such a claim that the ANC cares.
Thank you.
I can't.
Thank you. Can I respond and guide you? Can I guide you that that is a point of debate? You had an opportunity to debate here, and you'll get another opportunity in future. You will then raise what you are raising now. It is not a point of order. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, proceed.
I'd like to indicate for any who care to listen that the ANC government has outdone any government in the world in the provision of shelter. We have built 4.3 million houses and given subsidies to those. We have provided shelter for 20 million people. Nowhere else has this been done. All I ask of members of parliament, do your job, assist the people who are employed by you, assist your constituents so that they can get the benefit of having the shelter that we have put in their constitution. Finally, Chairperson, I'd like to thank the Deputy Minister here for all her support and the hard work. I'd like to thank the committee members who have taken time to attend to committee sessions. I'd like to thank all the CEO of housing institutions present here, and I'd like you please to thank your staff for the hard work that they have put in. I'd like to thank the DG for the work that he has put in, and please ensure that your staff as well is thanked. Members of Parliament, thank you very much for your attention. Goodbye.
The people in Soweto,
Thank you very much.
the people are given checks. People are given checks.
Order.
They live in shacks.
Honorable
but they
Gauss.
come here today and claim that
Order,
they care about
Honorable
our
Gauss.
people. Your government is lying.
Honorable
and you know
Gauss.
it. Our people in Alexandra, the poor people live in shacks.
Order. Order, honorable members. Can we keep seated, honorable members?
Sorry, Honorable
Can we keep seated ourselves, honorable members?
Chairperson. Sorry, I did not want to disturb
Yes,
them. I did not want to
Honorable
disturb them.
Damin.
I did not want to disturb the minister. The honorable members of the EFF, Ubaba Umbat, that is also not parliamentary.
Honorable Low,
That is
please.
also not parliamentary, but I'm raising the point of an offensive language.
Yeah.
They said the minister is lying.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will study the Hansard and then a correct
No,
response
Chair, I
will
will
be made
ask
to
you
that.
to investigate this matter and
Yes.
report back.
That's exactly what I've said. Honorable members, there have been a number of point of orders that we have taken to come back to yourselves. Honorable Didiza, who was actually chairing, is still busy studying the Hansard. Then will respond in the next plenary that will happen and respond on those point of orders. Honorable members, that concludes the debate and the business of this extended public committee. This committee will now rise.